overcoming the various difficulties and solving emerging problems have strengthened our spirits and thus made us stronger. Every single one of the participants in this session is a clear representation of how, with enthusiasm and dedication, everything is possible. It's fair to say that the European Union is in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. And as Gottfried said, our former president of the iMEP Foundation would have been here to speak to you as well, but he just yesterday caught corona and is very ill, so he will not be joining us. So we are sending him our thoughts and wishes to get well soon. But without further ado, then we will start off with the first resolution for this day, which is FEM, and that will be presided by Vice President Angela. I believe that you're muted, Angela.
I'm sorry. I would now like to invite the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality to come here with their resolution. And now I would like to amend your resolution accordingly. Just a second. No textual question. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, sorry. No textual question changes were accepted from the presidency. Who from the committee may I ask to read the operation clauses of the resolution?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Just wait, because please raise your hand before and I'll give you the word. Okay, I can't see your name, but you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So our resolutions are: recommends the establishment of organ ECIDMC to motivate decision-making workers to reach gender diversity through focusing on hiring and informing about benefits of gender diversity. Encourages companies, 1, to make the ratio of genders on their boards accessible to the public. 2, to provide the employees with information programs to raise awareness about the existence of glass ceiling. 3, to set goals to be achieved over a certain period of time concerning the underrepresentation of women in decision-making positions. Supports the adoption of an annual report of employees' gender, justified with written analysis by employees, accessible to the general public, and submitted for review to the national labor inspections authorities, trade unions, and worker committees. Express its appreciation and support for programs such as, but not limited to, I Know Politics and Women Forward, which aim to empower women, as well as European policies for regional development to promote female representation in local unions and organizations. Urges member states to create regional social media platforms promoting female role models, mainly, but not necessarily, from their regions. Encourages the establishment of progressive childcare provisions, including affordable and accessible kindergarten, allowing a balance between personal and work life. Calls upon the need for equal EU-wide measures that guarantee 3 months of non-transferable paid parental leave for each legal guardian and an additional 4 months of leave guaranteed to the legal guardians to share as they choose, and strongly recommends that the full salary is being paid during all kinds of parental leave. Advices for companies to avoid asking personal questions, such as, but not limited to, whether they have children or not, during job interviews, and select candidates based on their achievements, capacities, and qualities. Emphasizes the importance of orientation courses to increase the percentage of women in fields where they're underrepresented, such as, but not limited to, the STEM field, in order to achieve gender equality in all professions and enable them to progress to decision-making positions. Recommends supporting workspace to become more women-friendly by creating an online portal for reporting women-unfriendly elements in their workspace, such as, but not limited to, sexual harassment and sexist comments. Urges EU member states to 1. Integrate feministic content into their yearly school curriculum starting from primary school or equivalent. 2. Establish an organ, EIE, Equality in Education, providing pupils with education about matters such as, but not limited to, equal rights and opportunities and the definition of feminism. Instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers. Thank you for the words, Madam President. I'm Sofia Vatsi from the delegation of Luxembourg.
Thank you for the word, Luxembourg. Who from the committee now I would, may ask to hold an opening speech? Can you raise your hand?
I've raised my hand.
Bulgaria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable chairs, presidency, committee presidents, fellow delegates of the model European Parliament. Among the many issues of the modern world, the motivated youth has to rise up to the challenge to overcome misconceptions about women in critical decision-making positions. As women make up about half of the population, having their say is crucial for the different perspectives they can bring to our everyday lives. The European Union is a world leader in promoting gender equality. However, we still have a long way to go until we reach this ambitious aim. This is a structural power that we, as a union, must address and do changes at once, eliminating it from its fundamental ideologic roots. The Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality has put enormous efforts into analyzing the issue from different points of view, so as to outline the main obstacles that prevent women from participating actively and equally in all fields of economic, social, and political life. As the topic is widely discussed in the contemporary society, our solutions could not compromise with objectivity and demands for concrete yet achievable propositions, provided we want to meet with Goal 5 of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as to preserve the European Union's fundamental value of gender equality. Thus, we came up with our resolution emphasizing on the need for knowledge as an effective instrument for providing citizens with information about the issue in an attempt to encourage young girls to pursue careers in male-dominated fields. Furthermore, our committee pointed out that advantageous social benefit would keep the balance between personal and work life, allowing for better career prospects. Nonetheless, we are on the opinion that employers should be our partners in this positive transformation. Our primary and only purpose is to achieve this long-awaited and deserved equality. Fellow delegates, we truly believe that you all play a significant role in shaping the future we envision, where no gender, but rather professional qualities form our leaders. Therefore, this tendency would be the driving force to pave the way for equality beyond the borders of the European Union. Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Teodor Sema from the Bulgarian delegation.
Thank you for the great speech, Bulgaria. Now we will open the floor for factual questions. Please be reminded that only definitional questions are allowed at this time. Germany, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The German delegate was wondering about OC 2.1, encourages companies to make the ratio of genders on their boards accessible to the public. And the German delegate was wondering whether the FEM committee was considering, if the committee meant established ratios, so the ones that are already on the board, or the possible ratios that they're open to and not necessarily already have accomplished.
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer the question? Netherlands, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. By this OC, we mean the ratio of the established women and men. So not the purpose, but what already is on the boards. Thank you for the floor.
Are there any more questions? Slovakia, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Your Excellency, Madam President. The delegation of Slovakia has a question regarding Operative Clause 11.1, integrate feministic content into yearly school curriculum. We would like to ask the FEM committee to define feministic content. Thank you.
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer? Italy, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. With feminism content, we talk about the importance of gender equality and all that is connected with it. Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Are there more further questions? Maria Zamit, please write in your capital name. Thank you.
Thank you for the floor. It's Malta, the country. Okay. So thank you for the floor. I would like to ask the FEM committee to define the term woman-friendly, which is stated in OC9.
Whom from the committee may answer this
Sorry,
question?
sorry, OC10. Excuse me.
Netherlands, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. With women-friendly, we mean both literally and figuratively. So to women to be comfortable in workspaces, which means they have like access to like things like menstruational things, but also things that are figuratively like men who are not downgrading them, as we say it in the OC, no sexual harassment, no sexist comments, just women-friendly in the way that the workspace is comfortable for women and accessible to women. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. And final question from Austria. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The Austrian delegate kindly asked the FEM committee to define the term certain period of time in OC2 subclause 3. Thank you.
From the committee, Netherlands, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. With a certain period of time, we mean to come up with a time that is in relation to the goals that have already been reached by the company or the institution. So it really depends on how well is the company already doing and what are the aims for the company. So it can be different for each and every company. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. And that was the final question at this point. Now, the presidency accepted one amendment. The amendment was from the Malta delegation. I will present it. I will share my screen to see it now. Can you see it now? It is from Daniela Marota. Can you now give the words to her to
Unison.
Yes.
Mela, thank you for the floor, Madam President. It's a committee delegate of Malta. I would like to invite everyone to go to OC10 of the FEM committee that states recommend supporting workspaces to become more women-friendly by creating an online portal for reporting women-unfriendly elements in their workspace, such as but not limited to sexual harassment and sexist comments. The amendment being suggested is to delete the clause, since this clause is too gender exclusive, as it assumes that only women can be affected by sexual harassment in the workplace. And secondly, an online portal would be ineffective in helping women get the necessary full assistance they need. Women often don't feel comfortable reporting their cases of sexual harassment, since this can have an effect on their employment situation. This clause does not help women feel more comfortable, nor does it encourage them to report sexual harassment, and can only increase women-unfriendly sentiment in the workplace. Also, there is the possibility that false allegations are made, since these can be made in an anonymous way. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Are there further questions about this amendment? Netherlands, you've been recognized.
Thank you for Madam President. I'm very sorry, my hand was still raised, but I didn't mean to say anything. I'm very sorry again. Thank you for the floor.
No worries. Germany.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The German delegacy would want to delegation, sorry, would like to ask the author of the amendment why they thought that completely deleting it was more beneficial to the resolution than just altering it to all the genders. Thank you.
Marta, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I wanted to delete the clause because I still think that an online portal would be ineffective. Firstly, there is the problem of these allegations that can be made in an anonymous way, so there can be false allegations. I still think that it is better to report to the head of the workplace or the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany, does that answer your question? Thank you. Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Austria wants to ask the author of the amendment if she's aware that 90% of rape victims are women, and how she plans to target especially those groups and make them feel comfortable, especially in situations where they cannot go to their employers.
You may respond, Malcolm.
The floor, Madam President, it's true that there is sexual harassment towards women. However, there is also towards women. The problem is that the sentiment is that feminism is only about women. We need to show that feminism is about equality. So we need to acknowledge the fact that there is sexual harassment towards men, and that men are more likely not to report the case because there is this idea that they have to be strong. So in helping women, I still think, and men, there is the availability of support groups. And we need to be more open to hearing these stories. And also these stories that do not have to be made in a public way, like through an online portal. Thank you.
Thank you. Cyprus, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. On what my fellow delegate from Malta previously said, we would like to note that it is not only women and men that face sexual harassment, but all genders. Firstly, that was a mistake in your wording, based on my personal opinion, and that we have never stated any restrictions to not being able to apply a portal for any other gender. We have just suggested one for women, which are the greatest victims. Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Tiana Taliotou, Delegate of Cyprus.
Malta, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. It was my mistake not saying that by saying only that men and women are affected by sexual harassment. That was my mistake. And what I would like to say is, yes, it's true that there is towards women. However, we need to acknowledge the fact that it's towards everyone, men and people that don't identify as men and women. Thank you.
Are there any more questions about this amendment? Yes, Cyprus.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The Cypriot delegation would like to ask the fellow delegate from Malta if they think that men's gender sexual harassment is relevant to the problem presented to the FEM committee, and if the problem should be tackled by referring to gender sexual harassment and not only sexual harassment for women, because that's the problem they need to be that needs to be tackled by the committee. Thank you.
Malta, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Yes, I am aware that there is sexual harassment towards women, that this is an important case, but we cannot discriminate against men and people that don't identify as men and women. I know it is a case, however, and I know that sexual harassment is important, but I still think that we cannot leave this clause as only towards women. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the final question and answer for this amendment. For the committee, may I ask to hold a speech against or in favor of the amendment? UK, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So we as a committee are against the amendment, and we'd just like to highlight to everyone that Malta isn't suggesting a change in the wording of this to make it more inclusive for men. They're suggesting that we remove the amendment entirely, which would mean that their solution is not to do anything about this and to leave us without a portal for anyone to share their stories of sexual harassment. Firstly, I'd like to address the issue of it being gender exclusive. And I'd like to highlight that our committee was focusing purely on women's rights. And therefore, we're not saying that men don't get sexually harassed, but we're saying that we were focusing on women specifically. And if this portal was to be effective, then there's no reason this couldn't be carried out and brought across to other genders or men. Secondly, the issue of it being an online portal, you were concerned about how it would, could impact a woman's position by reporting such sexual abuse. But we were thinking that our portal could be have anonymous reports made, which would therefore allow a woman to feel safe in what they were doing without the risk of losing their job. And you may think that reporting something anonymously isn't going to be effective, but anonymous reports will still allow for the these issues to be investigated. And thirdly, you were addressing the false accusations that could come about due to using our portal. But every report of sexual harassment is investigated by the police or another authority. And I think it's important that we're not saying just because these accusations are made on this portal that these won't be investigated. We're saying they'll still be investigated as any report would be made if it was directly to the police. You also suggested that these accusations or reports should be made to the head of the workplace. But surely we should be reporting this to the police. Why would we be reporting it to the head of the workplace when the head of the workplace could be someone that was the one that was doing the harassing and harming a woman? So therefore, we would like to reject this amendment. Thank you for the floor. Amy Lawson, UK Delegate.
Thank you for the speech, London. Now we will proceed to the voting. Remember, only in favor or against the amendment, no substantion, and the CPs are not allowed to vote now. So please vote now. And if there are any problem with the voting, just tell us.
Was everyone able to vote, or were there any problems? Okay, I take this as a no, so I will display the results now.
With 49% in favor and 51% against, this amendment has not passed. Now we will follow up with the open debate. Are there any questions from the General Assembly? Italy, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I just would like you to focus your attention on the OC number 10, the creation of an online portal for reporting woman-unfriendly elements in workspaces could be equivocal. Firstly, it's not clear if any woman can report anonymously or can do under her name. Secondly, it could become a dangerous weapon by attacking someone without him being able to defend himself. So, how this online portal can help the situation without being an unfair weapon? Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Thank you. Whom from the committee will answer this question? UK, you've been recognized.
I apologize for interrupting. Could I ask for a point of personal?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat? Hungary, you may answer.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So yes, these reports would be anonymous because that is EU secured, but if someone wants to put their name next to it, then in this case, they will be able to do it. So, and people on the forum will able to read it. Thank you for the word, Madam President. Julia Boros from the Hungarian delegation.
Italy, is that to answer your question?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Yes, thank you.
Cyprus, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The Cypriot delegate would like to draw your attention to clause 8, where it is mentioned that the FEM committee advises companies not to ask personal questions when employing. However, is the committee aware that not asking questions is already illegal in specific member states where it is necessary for the employer to be aware whether an employee has children or has other necessities they have to take care of? So on the other hand, the delegate would like to suggest that for a first stage, genderless applications should be in order. So at least the company can firstly recognize academics and not just discriminate based on gender. However, the delegate is purely against questions not being asked for the reasons mentioned above.
Thank you. Whom from the committee may I ask to answer this? Hungary, and please, Committee of FEM, be more active. I can see only some of countries. Hungary, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So here we will talking about personal questions like their family status, and we think that this should not have an impact of whether they are hired or not. So we will only talking about, for example, if they have a family or children, to know how much they can work and how many hours they can be at their workplace. Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Julia Boros from the Hungarian delegation.
Thank you. Spain, you've been recognized. Spain.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. I would like to, the delegation of Spain would like to ask to the committee about the clause number 11, as it says that it should be provided a definition of feminism. And the delegation of Spain thinks what would be this definition, and especially regarding the different association of feminists, if this definition would include, as the delegation of Spain thinks, it should transgender woman for the rights of feminism, as in fact they are women. Thank you, Jorge Perez, delegation of Spain.
Whom from the committee will answer this question? Cyprus.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. There would be no reason for us to not be promoting transgender women, as once again, they are a gender, they have equal rights to everyone else. And we have previously mentioned in the theoretical questions what this feministic content would include, but I can elaborate slightly on that for you. Feministic content means content on gender equality, as the word says in itself. So we would like to promote this through literature lessons, through history lessons, and where it fits in each grade in each country's curriculum. Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Tiana Taliotou, Delegate of Cyprus.
Thank you. We'll follow with the Bulgaria's question.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I have a question concerning point 11.1. How would you specifically adopt this feministic content in the yearly school curriculum when it is such a controversial idea in many member states? Thank you.
Whom from the committee will answer this question? Italy, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Well, we believe that when we talk about feminism, we are talking about gender equality. So I believe that everyone agrees on the importance of gender equality. So I don't believe that there are countries where it is not state member, where it is not an important value. So that's why we believe that it is possible to insert it in the curriculum. Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Luisa Landi of Italian delegation.
Final questions. Hungary, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President, sorry. I would like to ask a question regarding number 7. Do you really think that letting all the parents to stay at home fully paid for several months is really a good idea? I would rather recommend that they should choose who could stay home, because your idea right now will lead to further problems that need to be solved. Thank you.
Whom from the committee may I ask? United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Yes, we do believe it's a good idea, hence the inclusion within our resolution as a fundamental point. And you raised the idea that parents should be able to choose who has their leave. And as it states in OC7, we've said that we intend to give an additional 4 months of leaves, which can be distributed between the legal guardians as they choose. So this could go to either parent. Thank you for the floor, Amy Lawson, UK delegation.
And the final question will be from Slovakia. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. In regards to OC11 again, does the committee believe that they should decide what children learn in our classrooms, especially if the idea is taught, like that sex does not exist or that people can choose their own gender, are not acceptable nor compatible with the beliefs in religious Europe?
Thank you. Bulgaria from the committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. As we have already stated, this will be the choice if this will be a whole new subject or integrated into others will be up to the member states. As education isn't a competence which is equal for all EU member states, they should choose what and how to integrate or to forward this content, as well as that as this is a resolution, there are no we do not force anybody to do anything. This is a recommendation, but I believe that for our democratic beliefs and values, it is important to integrate the topic of gender equality into schools as prejudice and stereotypes are based in this age group. Thank you for the floor. From the Bulgarian delegation.
Thank you. Slovakia, does that answer your question? Okay. That concludes the open debate. Whom from the General Assembly may I ask to hold a speech against the resolution? Belgium, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I just forgot to lower my hand, excuse me.
Okay. I'll give you 2 minutes to raise or unraise your hands, please. Malta, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor. Honorable Presidency, Honorable Presidency, fellow Chair, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests. This resolution that the FEM committee has presented today has failed me and everyone who identifies as a woman who is here today. The FEM committee is here today presenting us a lot of useless OCs without addressing the actual issue at hand. For example, the 2020 to 2025 gender equality strategy that was launched on the 5th of March 2020 has already mentioned and passed most of what this resolution is stating. This resolution is not what women across Europe need. We are calling for a resolution that is a political statement and underlines that every policy made in the European Union needs to advance women's rights and gender equality with the aim of ending all forms of discrimination that women suffer in all their diversity. In terms of concrete action, we want to see the ratification of, for example, the Istanbul Convention in order to create a holistic approach in all EU member states to fight, prevent, and prosecute violence against women. We want legislative measures on pay transparency and sanctions in the case of non-compliance, and we want support for the fight against stereotypes and structures leading to inequality in order to tackle the root causes of discrimination. Stereotypes are keeping women and men from living the equal lives they should be able to be living. Where is this mentioned? What does the FEM committee plan on doing to change society's views? The EU can support the work of the member states as well as taking own action on this. The Barcelona targets, still not achieved in all EU member states, need to be revised and to evolve. This is what the FEM committee should have focused on, focusing on our rights, our social image, and the systematic discrimination that women and girls still face. This resolution could have been revolutionary. Alas, it is now just something that can never put it in place, let alone be monitored. I thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Who from the committee may I ask to hold the closing speech for the resolution? Netherlands, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Esteemed Presidency, honorable delegates, and other attendees. Imagine if at today's voting procedure, only the people with blue eyes could vote. That sounds pretty unfair, doesn't it? If you're brown-eyed, your voice would not be heard in making decisions that also affect you, just because of something that you were born with and have no influence on. We as the FEM committee do believe that all people should be heard in decision-making that affects them, which we have proven during the defense of our resolution. With that in mind, we have tried to achieve this as far as possible with our resolution, where we fight for justice for women in workspaces, both socially and economically, help women balance family and work, and motivate both men and women in solving this issue, and do much more. In the debate, there were some points in our resolution that were unclear for some delegates. However, my FEM colleagues and I have clarified these to them by explaining that reports in OSCE are anonymous. Women should not be discriminated by the belief that they can balance work and family, and the use and importance of feminism in education. In the speech against the resolution, it has been made clear that the delegate of Malta had some trouble understanding some of her points. I want to clarify these to her by explaining that we do plan on changing society views through education, through trainings. If she would have just read through our resolution more clearly, she would have known this. In conclusion, when I look at all of these little Zoom squares that are on my screen right now, I see a lot of smart and ambitious men, and a lot of smart and ambitious women, and people who identify differently. To all of the women that are present in this General Assembly, I want to say, we are qualified, we know what we are doing, and we are motivated. Do we want to let their representation and the opportunities be taken away by stereotypes, by privileges that are unequal, and by prejudice? We should claim our right to reach positions as high as we can and to be represented. Vote for justice. Vote for equal opportunity. Vote for the resolution of FEM. Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Thank you, Netherlands. We'll now move on to the voting procedure. May the heads of delegation please collect the votes from their respective delegation. CPs, now you may vote.
Yeah, sorry, but we still need some time. Okay. So good morning from the CPs and thank you for the floor. So 6 CPs voted for the resolution, 5 voted against, and there were 9 abstentions.
Thank you. If anyone has problem with the voting, just let us know.
I think that we've collected all the votes now, so I will share the results.
with 36% vote in favor, 60 against, 4 abstentions, and the disapproval of CPs, this resolution has not passed. Clapping is not in order. Thank you, Committee of FEM. Now we will proceed with the next one.
I would now like to invite the Committee on Industry, Energy and Research. There weren't any textual changes submitted, so who from the committee may I ask to read the operational clauses of the resolution? Please raise your hands. Are there any technical problems?
Yes, I believe Belgian delegate cannot hear, so he will be reading the operational
Yes,
clauses.
Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I was experiencing some technical difficulties, excuse me. So, the first clause reads, further recommends industries to improve inefficient industrial equipment, modernize systems of industries, and create a robust management system for the analysis of process that changes that cause consumption to exceed forecast, as to minimize the lack of efficiency and waste of energy during production. Reaffirms to facilitate the renovation of buildings with modern techniques such as, but not limited to, modern heating and cooling systems or insulation materials through EU subsidies. Supports a higher share of renewable energies for heating and cooling such as, but not limited to, geothermal, biomass, and solar energy. Recommends the reuse of waste heat and cold from industry for heating and cooling buildings such as in Gothenburg, Helsinki, and Frankfurt. Urges the implementation of heat capturing systems and CO2 recirculation systems, with a footnote explaining that the system means post-combustion CO2 capture technology for power units on fossil fuels, the calcium carbonate purifying technique. Encourages European energy suppliers to further build their network by subsidizing them to allow the EU 27 to require the energy to cover their demand inside of the EU and consequentially strengthening the EU's economy. Further recommends EU member states to continue discussions with allies for security purposes until realizing the ultimate goal of independency in the field of energy. Since Europeanization of energy production cannot be reached in a short period of time. Calls upon extensive subsidized research in the field of renewable energies, as well as a collaboration and interconnectedness on a continental level to ensure viable distribution. Encourages the EU to first introduce a hybrid system in the short term from renewable and non-renewable energy sources, and to then transition to a fully renewable system, and that it encourages members to produce as much eco-friendly energy as they can in the form of subventions. Urges the expansion and modernization of nuclear energy in industry, which would additionally narrow the discrepancies between each country's autonomy in the energy sector. Requests a scientific study of each country's energetic capabilities so as to optimize its production. Encourages the nuclear energy production, urges to raise awareness by educating people on its productivity and environmental sustainability, facilitates furthering research in nuclear energy sector, and emphasizes the need to modernize existing nuclear plants. Considers the encouragement of incentivizing pilot projects by financial aid and advantages and free exposure via marketing funded by the EU government. If these pilot projects aim to further the development of renewable energy within Europe. recommends EU member states to put a certain percentage of their GDP, depending on their economic status and progress, into research as well as into funding of pilot projects. Requests the development of a high-scale master plan concerning the transition from a fossil fuel industry to an alternative production means such as but not limited to solar, wind, and nuclear energy, and further the proliferation of jobs in the energy sector. Requests financial support measures to help cope with a temporary rise in unemployment, which will be caused by this change of an energy source, by especially targeting people who take part in educational systems, programs, and retraining in the field of energy of renewable energy. Endorses the implementation of an EU-wide independent committee as a supervision measure. Recommends the establishment of periodic meetings so as to update objectives and for every member to share improvement in research. Instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and Councils of Ministers. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So who from the committee may I ask to hold his opening speech? Germany, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honor Presidium, dear CPs, dear co-delegates, it's an honor for me to be able to give you this speech today. Firstly, I would like to ask you what happened on the 137th day of this year. It was May 16th. Do you know? It was the day until the EU could cover its own energy needs. Since May 16th, we have been dependent on energy imports. Since May 16th, Europe is indirectly blackmailable. This was our topic in the ITRE committee. And the result of our work, you all can see in front of you. Our, to my opinion, really great resolution. We, as the ITRE committee, say that we must stop being so dependent on energy imports. We say that we can only solve the problem with a strong Europe, to which all of you, dear co-delegates, belong. We say that we must promote and improve research in the field of renewable energies. We say that it's important to consider modern, sustainable forms of nuclear energy to solve this problem. We say that Europe's dependence on energy imports is one of the greatest dangers for Europe. We say we must find a solution for this problem. And do you know what we also say? We can do it and we will do it. But therefore, we need your help, dear co-delegates. Help us to improve this resolution even further. Help us to stop the dependence on third countries with this resolution. Help us to secure the sovereignty of Europe for our children. For this, I, the German delegate, on behalf of the entire ITRE committee, encourage each one of you, dear co-delegates of the Model European Parliament, to express your ideas and suggestions for the solution of these important problems in the open debate. Become a part of this important solution for the future of Europe. Well, I would like to end this speech with a quote from the American author Zig Ziglar. He said, "You don't have to be top to start, but you have to start to get to the top." Well, I say, let's get to the top, let's start, let's do it as one united Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. We will now open the floor for factual questions. Please be reminded that only definitional questions are allowed at this time. Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Belgium was wondering if the committee would care to elaborate some more on OC7, as it is not quite clear to what end these security purposes would be put in motion against what threat, and also how this is connected to the Europeanization of energy production. Thank you.
Who from the committee may I ask to answer this question? Romania, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The aspect of security refers to energy and the autonomy of European countries. So it's not regarding political threats, it's regarding energetic issues. Thank you.
So are there any further questions regarding this clause? Hungary, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, President. Could you give me some explanation on what you meant by pilot projects in OC 13? Thank you.
Who from the committee may ask to answer this question? Germany, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, pilot projects are projects which intend to support new technology with state subsidies and give those new projects the opportunity to solve really big problems. So I hope I have answered your question.
Are there any further questions? Malta, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor. I would like to ask the ITRA committee to define EU 27, please. Thank you.
Who may ask to answer this question? Please raise your hands. Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The EU 27 are the current member states of the European Union, excluding the UK, who have left. So now it's EU 27, not 28 anymore.
Okay, so are there any further questions? Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Concerning OC number 14, could the committee please explain the term depending on their economic status and progress in the context? Thank you.
Who may ask to answer this question? Romania.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, by that we meant that it is expected for each country to deliver a proportionate percentage to research and development. So it would basically respect the economic and political status of each country. We are fully aware of the fact that not all countries can deliver equally. So we thought that having a proportionate percentage would be the most equitable alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to the amendments. There were multiple amendments submitted, but the presidency has decided on the amendment submitted by the head of the Digi delegation concerning clause number 13 and the proposal of its deletion. I invite the head of the Digi delegation to deliver his speech.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Presidency, Excellencies, members of the Mother European Parliament and distinguished guests. The Dutch delegation happily presents their amendment on the resolution of the Committee on Industry, Energy and Research. We would like to delete clause 13. This clause states that projects developing new renewable energy should be financially supported. The thought behind this OC is great. I think we can all agree that renewable energy should be encouraged and supported in the European Union. However, the European Union already has the Innovation Fund, which, among others, focuses on financially supporting innovative projects and development. This is one of the largest innovation funds in the world and does its job great. Getting money out of this fund takes 3 steps and entrepreneurs are glad with the way it works. All of this is why we support the removal of OC 13, since this clause is unnecessary and a second fund will only cause confusion. We also ask the committee to not increase the currently existing innovation fund. The EU Innovation Fund is, as said, already one of the world's largest funding programs in the category, but most importantly, the fund has enough money to support any valid request for financial aid. I hope the committee and General Assembly are supporting us in our vision. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any questions regarding the amendment? Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The Austrian delegate was wondering whether the existence of a fund supporting such projects means that we shouldn't further extend this fund due to just because it's already the greatest in the world doesn't mean it can be greater, and maybe it could be help even further put EU institutions or enterprises ahead of the competition all around the world.
Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. I understand the question of Austria, but in my amendment speech, I stated that the fund has enough money to support any valid request for financial aid. So it not only depends on the EU Innovation Fund being the biggest world funding program for its category. I think it's already sufficient for what we need out of innovation, and that the money could better be spent elsewhere, for example, on the nuclear energy talked about in this resolution.
Austria, was the answer satisfactory? Thank you. Are there any further questions? So if there are not, I would ask the member of the committee to carry out his speech in favor or against the resolution. Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Dear Presidency, honorable CPs, fellow delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I want to seize the opportunity to sincerely thank the delegate from the Netherlands for their extensive work on our committee's question resolution. After we, the Committee on Industry, Energy and Research, have heard and considered the amendment from the member of the Dutch delegation, we can say with all certainty that we're totally against it. First of all, the increasement of the amount of energy produced by renewables does not compare to the already existing funding, and therefore still has a sector in additional need of funding. As well as mentioned free marketing to furthermore help pilot projects become independent more quickly by increased exposure to investors and consequently making room for new pilot projects to be funded. Meanwhile, the delegate of the Netherlands conveniently mentioned 2 of the 5 existing aspects the Fund of Innovation focuses on. According to the European Commission, we think it's important to elaborate on the rest of the aspects, as this further information weakens the validity of the amendment in its entirety. Due to the fact that the other 3 parts the fund is focusing on do in fact not target pilot projects with the aim to further develop renewable energies as phrased in our operative clause 13, resulting in the fact that the majority of the fund's focus does not target and therefore concern the pilot projects described in our operative clause, thus making the fund not suitable enough. Considering all the above mentioned arguments, I strongly urge you, fellow delegates, to vote against this amendment as it simply fails to fulfill its purpose.
Thank you. We now move on to voting procedure. If there are any technical difficulties, please make sure you unmute yourself and let us know. With 33% in favor and 67% against this resolution, this amendment has failed. So we now move on to the open debate. Are there any questions from the General Assembly? Spain, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. With regard to the OC7 and OC11, the delegation of Spain was wondering how this committee aims to achieve energetic independence in the field of nuclear energy, if the vast majority of uranium is imported from Australia, South Africa, and Kazakhstan. Thank you so much. Paula Martinez, delegation for Spain.
Thank you. Who from the committee may ask to answer this question? Romania, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The ITRE committee does not solely refer to nuclear energy as in its conventional state, the traditional nuclear energy production that indeed uses uranium and thorium. We want to shift the paradigm and propose unconventional nuclear energy production methods like the molten salt reactors that do not use any elements such as uranium nor thorium that indeed cannot be found in the European Union. So we have found alternatives that make the European Union energetically autonomous. Thank you.
Thank you. Cyprus, you have been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Cypriot delegate would like to draw everyone's attention to clause 10, where the expansion of nuclear energy industry is mentioned. Has the committee on ITRE considered the issue of nuclear waste disposal? There is no foolproof way to dispose nuclear waste fuel after it is used in the nuclear reactors. The area around nuclear waste sites can be dangerous to humans for hundreds of years, as complex nuclear elements have half-lives running into many years. Doesn't the committee think that nuclear reactors are not only prohibitively costly, but also difficult and dangerous to be disposed of? Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Who from the committee may ask to respond? Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. We are afraid that the Cypriot delegate has misinterpreted our intentional terminology, nuclear energy, which was already explained by the Romanian delegate. Due to the concept of nuclear being prone to prejudice if for research has not been conducted in advance. As stated, there are other possibilities of nuclear energy, such as the molten salt reactor, who don't have any byproducts with considerable lifetime.
Thank you. Slovakia, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. We wanted to ask in regards to OC13 again, is the marketing funding really necessary? Because if there is a breakthrough in clean energy production, won't the people that have come up with it, the people that have created it, already get free exposure in the media and in the media coverage? And not to mention that the majority of consumers do not choose their power sources anyway, and so they cannot directly choose to use these new alternative sources. So isn't it useless to give marketing funding then?
Thank you. Germany, you have the floor to respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, as the Austrian delegate already have said, the advertising industry is one of the strongest in the world because it has proven to increase sales. So just to give you some facts, more than 500 billion US dollar are every year in the advertising industry. So as Austria has already said, that would help the pilot projects to become financially independent faster through faster publicity. So we think it's necessary to give them better marketing opportunities, and that's why we voted against the amendment, and it's the same opinion right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Netherlands, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The committee states in ICI that it is aware of the need of a new budget plan for the European Energy Programme. So can the committee please tell me why it hasn't come up with a concrete new budget plan? Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Who may ask to respond? Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. First of all, we were told that the ICs would not be looked at during the GA, but if the Netherlands truly wants a answer, we during our OCs we found out that the already existing European Energy Program for Recovery and the Green Deal are already quite sufficient and efficient enough. So it would have been subordinary to make a new one. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Germany, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Firstly, regarding the last IC mentioned, or the point mentioned, why then including it? But as not, I'm not allowed to mention IC attack. I want to come to OC 14, in which EU member states are recommended to put a percentage of their GDP into research and development, but there is already a 3% goal around the EU to put 3% of the GDP in research and development, including energy.
Thank you. Who may ask to respond? Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. When reading the operative clause 14, exactly, it says depending on their economic status and progress. So the percentage wouldn't be a fixed percentage, as the delegate just mentioned. It would be a variable one, depending on the economic status and progress. And as far as we are concerned, there is nothing in order just yet.
Germany, was this a satisfactory answer?
Actually, especially as the GDP is already based partly on the economic status. So having a 3% goal is not a fixed number for every state, but it is based on the GDP on purpose, as this is something to be considered that different countries have different numbers to achieve.
Who may ask the respond?
Could the delegate repeat his point, please?
Delegate, please repeat, because there was a bit of lag beginning. Could you please repeat again, because can be here.
Problem of the changing this depending on the economic status and progress doesn't change the fact that binding it to the GDP is already based on economic status. Countries with lower economic status have a lower GDP, so it's already based on it. So why changing it again?
Who may ask to respond? Romania, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, we furtherly encourage and urge European states to further this initiative of respecting the proportion of the GDP. Thank you.
We will now accept one more question. Malta, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor. I would like to go to OC10 regarding the nuclear energy. I would like to ask the committee of ITRA, how in the past we have seen the disaster of Chernobyl due to their nuclear power. Now, I would like to ask, how will accidents like this be prevented? Thank you.
Who from the committee may ask to respond? Belgium, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. As we have so explicitly stated, this was due to a technological lack at that point in time. By investing even more into these already aging facilities, we will improve the security. Thus, the risk of a nuclear meltdown will go down. Thus, we believe that the point that the Maltese delegate has just announced is inadequate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belgium. This concludes the open debate. Who from the General Assembly may I ask to hold the speech against the resolution? Cyprus, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Esteemed PCs and officials, respected guests and fellow delegates, I am Anna Maria Hachipanayotou, representing the delegation of Cyprus. Firstly, we would like to congratulate the Committee on Industry, Energy and Research for the effort installed on preparing this fulfilling resolution. However, we have identified an extensive amount of flaws in your resolution. Firstly, we would like to address clause 15, where the Committee on ITRE is referring to a high-scale master plan, as I may quote. This term is too vague for a matter that could easily be tackled by enhancing a pre-existing action plan like the European Green Deal or the Paris Agreement. I would also like to raise the question of how can the EU make sure that countries will synchronize on this, and again, I quote, high-scale master plan. That brings us to clauses 1, 3, 11, and 16 that are solutions already incorporated in EU's pre-existing action plans. Next, I would like to approach clause 9, where the ITRE committee is mentioning the introduction of a hybrid system. An indirect hybrid system is already in place, so that makes clause 9 dated. Furthermore, concerning clause 10 and 12, nuclear radiation accidents and nuclear proliferation are matters that should not be ignored as they could cost lives. Other than that, there's the issue of nuclear waste disposal that from our point of view makes the use of nuclear energy unfeasible and therefore the points mentioning it inconvenient. With all due respect, the points mentioned above make the resolution almost irrelevant with the problem. Therefore, I strongly urge you to vote against this resolution. Sorry, and thank you.
Thank you, Cyprus. We move to the closing speech. Who from the committee may ask to hold the closing speech for the resolution? Romania, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, dear fellow delegates. The Committee on Industry, Research and Energy has developed a resolution that exceeds the comfort of thinking within predetermined parameters and propose a truly realistic set of ideas that not only address the issue at hand, Europe's way of attaining autonomy in the energy sector, but also furthers the debate upon the feasibility of the things we want to entrust our future with. The delegates of the ITRE committee have given Europe's transition from conventional energy means to environmentally friendly alternatives a lot of attention, since a political and economic movement as this one will make the EU prone to long-term instability and regress if not managed adequately. Our committee has presented us with the possibility of shifting the paradigm by enforcing unconventional energy production, championed by the controversial nuclear energy sector. As we have expected, skepticism has arisen in our debate and has shown quite the negative light on nuclear energy by evoking past anxieties caused by the likes of health hazards and, of course, the plausibility of nuclear weapon proliferation that by all means are understandable. However, over the years, especially in the last 5 years, the research done in the nuclear energy area has reached such high heights that the concerns of the public are now mere tales of the past. The Elysium industry project is just a sample of a future trend-setting movement. The molten salt reactors that do not use any radioactive elements such as uranium, that through its enrichment process creates a considerable amount of nuclear waste with a 25,000-year-old lifespan. Another aspect worthy of being mentioned is the byproduct of uranium enrichment process, plutonium, that is the main element used in the fabrication of nuclear weaponry that is entirely eradicated in our discussion. Thus, the committee wants to strongly emphasize the high potential of the nuclear industry being upgraded and modernized. By embracing this revolutionary proliferation-resistant technology, not only do we put all the angsts and fears to rest, but we set the tone for a future progress leading towards the attainment of independence in the energy sector. Moving on, the resolution's feasibility is deepened even further by not neglecting the status quo and addresses how the process of conversion to renewables can happen effective immediately by modernizing already existing infrastructure and turning what we have regarded as useless to highly productive. Renewables are the way of initiating the change we so much need as a transnational body aspiring to become autonomous in the most consequential department of our societies, the energy sector. They are here and they have proven to be a viable alternative, but that does not mean we can afford to halt our progress here. To conclude, I'd like to say that the ITRE committee has delivered a realistic, holistic, and extremely viable vision that, if embraced, will lead to the ultimate goal, which is none other than living the reality we now only hypothesize about. Thank you.
Thank you, Romania. We now move to the voting procedure. May I receive the votes from the committee presidents?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. 8 for, 3 against, and 9 abstentions. No, sorry, I must, now there's a new result. 9 for, 3 against, and 8 abstentions.
Thank you. With 63% in favor, 28% against, 9% abstentions, and the approval of the committee president, this resolution has passed. Applause is in order.
Congratulations, ITRE committee, on your past resolution. We will now take a 15-minute break for everyone to, well, get prepared for the next 2 resolutions that will be debated. So please be back here at 10:50, so 10 to 11, and we will start again then. You can just stop your video and mute yourself. You don't need to leave the Zoom call. Okay, I would like to ask everyone to please return to the Zoom call. So turn on your video. And we will very, very soon begin with the next resolution. I believe that the cult committee, cult 1, can make themselves ready, as this will be the next resolution that we are gonna debate.
May I ask the delegate from Romania, ITRA, to unraise their hand? Because it's still raised. Okay, thank you. I guess everybody's back, hopefully.
Yeah, Renske, just wait 1 minute so I can see which one's working. Okay, people are turning. Okay, yes, please start.
Okay, great. Well, we'll move on with the next committee, the first committee of culture and education. We didn't receive any textual changes for this committee, so we will go on with the reading of the OCs of the resolution. Which delegate may I ask of the committee to read the OCs? Yeah, delegate of Croatia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Encourages the European Union to reinforce efforts to support and protect free and independent media, offline and online, through promoting the safety of journalists and supporting an enabling environment. Which, as stated below, is an enabling environment is one which provides a rich, varied and safe space in which journalists can seek out the truth. 2. Encourages further implementation of cohesion policies. Reminds that the European Union is a supranational union. Recommends gradual implementation of Council recommendation of common values, inclusive education, and European dimension of teaching. Encourages the holding of free on and offline seminars and workshops across the European Union for adults and adolescents to learn more about European Union policy and legislature. Calls upon the European Commission to propagate European unity and combat disinformation via the establishment of EMF and EU offices in European member states. EMF, or European Media Fund, a fund that subsidizes new and existing media to report on European Union legislature and policy no matter the political views of the medium in question. The fund will stop the subsidies when the medium decides to spread disinformation about the European Union. An independent committee of EMF consisting of professional journalists deems what is considered as disinformation. And European Union offices will house European Union social workers who will help people apply for European Union funds and will also spread information about European Union legislature and policy in an understandable manner. The partition of these offices over the European Union is up to the European Commission. Welcomes a creation of a specific subsidy for European member states, which is only allowed to be used for subsidizing the country's Department of Education, with the intended goal of increasing voter turnout in European Parliament elections. Encourages the European Union to use the efforts to implement the 2013-30 Agenda 2, holistically promote and sustain democratic governance, human rights, the rule of law, accountability, and participatory inclusive decision-making. Assure coherence with the European Union's efforts to address inequality. to strengthen and support the capacities of political parties in a non-partisan manner on national and subnational levels to play their essential role in democratic societies. Support removal of the grants the European Union provides its members that fail to follow the democratic criteria established in Articles 2 and 49. This judgment will be the responsibility of the European Court, and member states will receive a warning when they have committed an undemocratic act. If a country chooses to ignore the warning by the European Court, their actions have been undemocratic. They will be punished by a removal of their grants provided by the European Union. In certain conditions, if the breach is too severe, it will lead to instant punishment. Recommend to have courses in each school and each grade teaching students from a young age the basic functioning principles, objectives, and benefits among the states of the European Union. Starting with the basic functioning principles, objectives, and benefits of a full democracy, and with time adding courses or materials on the European Union. Request to establish common competences European students will need to achieve in both national and European citizenship, basis and history of democracy during their whole school career, at each grade, pursuing a lifelong learning. Calls upon the EU to promote greater transparency of democratic processes, particularly of the financing of political organizations, including the elected governments of the member states in transparency, also strengthen promotion and public communication on the value of democracy as a global and universal public good. Encourages the creation of citizen assemblies, where representative citizens between groups in conflict are brought together to deliberate over challenging social or political issues. Instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers. Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Thank you very much. And then we will now move on to the opening speech from the Culture Commission. Which delegate may I ask forward to present the opening speech? Yeah, delegate from Luxembourg, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Your Excellencies, Honorable President, Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates and committee presidents, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and those who might identify differently. The pillars of the European Union are built upon the respect of human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and human rights, which are the common values of each member state as stated in the Treaty on the European Union and are building blocks for an ideal and sustainable European democracy. Though the EU is developing at a staggering rate, its members are facing the challenge of democratic sustainability becoming more flawed over the last years. It is therefore in the Union's highest interest to create a sphere in which democracy all around the Union can further develop themselves and become shining examples of the intended ideals mentioned in Article 2 of Treaty on European Union. The Union strives perfectionism. The Union wants its people to be heard on the national and European level. The Union wants people to see each other as equal and strives towards solidarity amongst them. The Union wants the countries which tend on applying and the world all together to understand our common values. Entering an era of progressivism and globalization requires us to learn and to be taught about these European pillars, understanding the difference amongst the member states, including their culture, and prevent hatred towards different groups or even polarization of society, which is exactly what the Committee on Culture and Education concentrated itself on. All in all, the resolution we have created together creates common ground for people to see each other as equal and to be heard. It believes in the harmonious development of each member state, freedom of speech, and believes in teaching every European citizen about the Union's common goals on no matter their age. Education and exchange of culture is key to a better future and a better Union. I can state the following with high confidence. Every country which is being represented in this year's session believes in the previously stated common values of the Union. You believe in fact that every country which is committed to promoting these ideals has the right to apply and join our valued Union altogether. And at the end, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude for this amazing experience, and it's been an honor being part of Code 1 committee. By voting for the resolution, you can create a democratic future we're all striving towards.
Thank you for the speech, Luxembourg. Then we will now move on to the factual questions. Can I give anybody the floor? Delegate of Cyprus.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Drawing your attention to clause 4, considering that the issues mentioned are key issues that should be already integrated into every educational program and every teacher should be promoting, I would like to question your choice of the word gradual. Do you believe that this issue isn't important enough for there to be drastic measures taken now? Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Tiana Taliotou, Delegate of Cyprus.
Who was the delegation of 31? Can I give to give a reaction to this from the UK?
Thank you, Madam President. The delegate from Cyprus makes an amazing and valid point, but we believe gradual is better because when you have a gradual implementation, we're not denying the importance of it. What we're simply saying is with a gradual implementation, you're able to analyze the best course of action that you can take. Through gradual, we can see what works best. And then when we get to the final stage where we have implemented these values, it will be the perfect possible way it can possibly be. I hope this answers the delegates of Cyprus's question, and I thank them for the question. Thank you for the floor, Madam Speaker.
Has your question been answered, Delegate of Cyprus?
Yes, it has. Thank you for the floor.
Great. Then we will now move on to a question from Germany.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President, Vice President. Yes. OC8, the German delegate has a question for OC8 where it talks about a 2030 agenda, and she was wondering whether this is referring to an agenda that already exists and put 2030 as their goal year, and if not, why was the committee thinking that 2030 was a good year to set this goal for?
Anyone from the Commission who can elaborate on that? The Netherlands.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The 2030 agenda is an existing agenda made up by the European Commission, and it sets some goals for the future of our union. And that is why we encourage the EU to implement the changes as stated in the resolution to this agenda. I hope this answers your question adequately. Thank you for the floor.
Has this answered your question, Germany?
Yes, it has. Thank you so much.
Great. Then we will move on to the next question from Slovakia.
Thank you for the word, Your Excellency, Madam President. We are referring to the OC2 encourages further implementation of cohesion policies. We would like to ask the committee how they define cohesion policies.
Whom of the Commission may I ask to give an answer? The Delegate of Cyprus.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam President. Cohesion policy is the European Union's strategy to promote and support the overall harmonious development of its member states and regions that results to growth and development of each member state, the protection of the citizens' rights and dignity, and the harmonic cooperation of member states, and that enhances democracy within the EU. That's why we incorporated it in our resolution. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Has this made everything clear, Slovakia?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, then we will move on to the last question of the Delegate of Hungary.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. May I ask why you would call Hungary and our good friends at Poland an authoritarian regime? Thank you very much.
Anyone from the Commission who can elaborate on that? Italy?
Do I have the floor, Madam President?
Yeah, you have the floor.
The European Union has already deliberated on that, and as members of the model European Parliament, we have to agree with the European Parliament itself. We consider it authoritarian regimes or going to be authoritarian regimes, since the European Union has already decided that. Democracy is at a really low level, and that can be really dangerous, and we have to sorry, my microphone muted. So we decided to do this just because it is urgent and necessary to recognize a danger and to affront it. I hope your question has been answered. Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Was this clear, Delegate of Hungary?
Actually, no. I wonder that if you think it's that we are going to be an authoritarian regime, then why did you write that we are right now an authoritarian regime?
Could the delegate of Italy give more explanation over this?
Okay, if I may follow up, Madam President, thank you for the floor. We wrote this because it's a decision of the European Union itself, or the Parliament itself, so we have to agree with that. I hope your question has been answered. Floor.
Okay, great. Thank you for this elaboration. Then we will now move on to the amendment. And for this amendment, we have chosen the one from Cyprus. And I will try to make it visible now. It's the amendment of a proposal to substitute the clause by a new clause, which reads as follows. Recommends to add courses in each school and each grade teaching students from a young age the basic functioning, principles, objectives, and benefits of the national legislation alongside European legislation. Which delegate may I ask to give their speech for this amendment? Yeah, Delegate of Cyprus, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So firstly, the Delegate of Cyprus would like to congratulate the Committee of Cult 1 for their well-rounded resolution on an exceptional topic. So this amendment is a suggestion on how to improve every single level of it, and it's just a small change to improve it. So the change that has been stated is, instead of just showing the European legislation and teaching it at the schools, for each school to encourage the national legislation to also be recognized by young students, seeming as though that will be a necessary one as a base to then follow onto a European standard. Thank you very much. Alyssmia Taliotou, Cypriot delegation.
Thank you for the speech. Does anyone have a question about the amendment? Then you may now raise your hand. The delegate of Slovakia, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President, but that was an accident. The delegate doesn't wish to speak.
That doesn't matter. Okay, let's move on to the delegate of Hungary.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to ask the author of this amendment, have you taken into consideration that every European legislation that's ratified should also be ratified in the national legislation?
Can the delegate of Cyprus give more explanation on this?
Thank you for the word, Madam President. Of course, this is actually the main point of the amendment. As the European Parliament or Commission can't actually force any individual member state on their legislation they uphold, there are some crucial differences between the legislation of each member state, which should be taught so they're not overlooked from a young age. They should be taught and focused on as well, not just on a European basis, but these are the differences that might make the largest impact in the end. Thank you.
Thank you for this explanation. Does anybody else also have a question for the delegate of Cyprus? The delegate of Holland.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to ask the delegate of Cyprus why she decided to keep the part of the OC where it is stated that every year during your whole school career you should have be taught about the CALT principles, because we, the Dutch delegation, consider it way too much to learn about this every year.
Can the delegate of Cyprus give a more elaborate explanation on this?
Thank you for the word, Madam President. So every single one of us here knows that values are the base of humanity. Values should be the base of humanity. It's how we move forward. So there should be no limit on how much we should be taught about it. Every year they change. Every year we should be increasing our knowledge on this topic. Every year we should be embracing them. So why stop learning about it? Why stop embracing them? Why stop encouraging ourselves to use values, to appreciate values? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Cyprus. Are there any more questions about the amendment? No? Then we will now move on to the reaction speech on the amendment. Whom of the Commission may I ask forward to give this speech? The delegate of the Netherlands.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Esteemed Presidency, fellow members of the Model European Parliament, and distinguished guests. Education. It is quintessential to a democracy. If the voter is educated, then the vote will be educated as well. Therefore, our committee finds it necessary to teach EU students from a young age about the basic functioning, principles, objectives, and benefits of our European Union. This will make our citizens see and feel the need of our education on our union and thus encourage them to vote. The amending delegation, however, thinks it necessary to add education on national legislation to the form of education as is proposed in this resolution. I am not here to debate the importance of education on national legislature. After all, the rule of the educated voter applies to national issues as well. Yet, honorable colleagues, we should ask ourselves if this would be our place. Would it be the place of the European Union to teach citizens of member states on their own countries, their own laws, their own society? In the opinion of the committee, this place is reserved for the member states themselves. Not only because the member states would know better how to educate on their own nation, but also because this belongs to the sovereignty of the member states. And this sovereignty we have to respect. And that is why we do not obligate our most respected member states to implement education on the European Union in their curricula, yet we merely recommend. Because in the end, it is this sovereignty what keeps us together. It is what keeps us from descending into unnecessary quarrel. It is what sets our union apart from the rest of the world. So, my fellow members of parliament, do not vote on this amendment, because it inflicts upon the rights of the countries, of the people you all represent with such dignity. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you very much for this speech on the amendment. Then we will now move on to the voting procedure on this amendment, whether or not the proposal to substitute the clause with new information should be in the resolution or not. Has anybody any trouble with the voting? If so, you may just speak up.
I believe that everyone has voted now. Actually,
Great. Then with 39% in favor and 61% against, this amendment is not, this amendment will not be taken up in the resolution. Then we'll now move on to the open debate. Does anybody of the delegates have a question to the Commission? The delegate of Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Belgium is questioning whether OCHC is not rather endangering the democratic values of the European Union, since supporting and strengthening the capacities of political parties will only encourage populist parties within the nations of the European Union. Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Whom of the Commission may I ask to give a reaction to this? The delegate of the UK.
Thank you, Madam President. Delegate from Belgium, that is a very good point, but considering we're strengthening the capacities of all political parties in a non-partisan manner, this shows that we're not biased when we're raising the support of the political parties. But what you have to understand is, if the population inherently wants more parties available to them, if the nation wants to see the parties that are available to them, by enhancing them, we will be more likely to reduce the amount of national parties. That is because if the European Union is promoting the promoting parties, if it's visible that the European Union is promoting a growth in each nation for parties, then people will realize what's good about the European Union. They will realize that they're trying to support the nation, and therefore they will be less likely to support the national parties as they're seeing the effect that the European Union is having on their own parties. Thank you for the question, Delegate of Belgium, and I hope I answered your question. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Any delegate who wants to give another reaction on this point? The delegate of Malta.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Maltese delegation, said the committee. The delegate of Malta would like to ask if it's a possibility to ask regarding OC10, please. If that is an order from the Madam President.
Yeah, go on.
Thank you. Regarding OC10, the teaching students from a young age, may the committee explain what they mean by young age, please? Thank you.
Whom of the Commission may I ask to give a reaction on this? The delegate of Hungary.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. School starts in every country around like 6 years old, so I think that is the age what we meant. Thank you.
Has this made your question clear?
Madam President, not exactly. May the committee answer exactly why they didn't refer to it as primary age instead of young age, as young age may be misinterpreted, just to understand the reasoning behind it. Thank you.
Can the delegate of Hungary elaborate more on this?
Yes, thank you for the floor, Madam President. We were talking about schools, so students are usually participating in the education systems of each country, and young age means as soon as possible. So it is most likely the beginning of school. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll now move on to a new point from the delegates. The delegate of Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have a question about the second OC. And to be more specific, I want to express the concern for problem of impartiality that can occur, mainly seeing that Europe only is valuing the progressive values. Wouldn't this point impose only one type of values?
Anyone from the Commission who wants to answer this? The delegate of the Netherlands.
Thank you for the floor. Madam President, I couldn't understand the most honorable delegate from Poland properly. May I ask her to repeat her question? Thank you.
Delegate of Poland, could you maybe try to explain it again?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'm concerned about who established the values that were gonna be imposed. So how the assembly of these professional journalists will be assembled with which values?
Okay, so the question is how will this be chosen, who will be in this committee?
Yes.
Okay, great. Which delegate of the Commission may I ask to answer this? Yeah, the delegate of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam President. When talking about OC2, there isn't a mention of a organ or a body of journals, but I think the delegate meant something with a body of collective values of our union. And this body of collective values is already made and it is to be found on the website of the EU. Thank you for the floor.
Delegate of Poland, does that explain your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we'll now move on to a new point from the delegates. Delegate of Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The delegation of Spain with regard to OC number 6, we were wondering whether this committee was issuing the European Union to suggesting the European Union issuing propaganda. Thank you so much. Paula Martinez, delegation of Spain.
Anyone from the Commission who wants to elaborate on this? The delegate of Cyprus.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, for the floor. I believe the delegation of Spain did not understand the use of the word propagate. Propagate means to grow and to cultivate the European unity and combat disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have a follow-up on this question, or is everything clear right now?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Everything is clear right now.
Great. Then we'll move on to a question from the delegate of Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. My question concerns OC8C. As already discussed, the committee stated that they would support the capacities of political parties and support smaller parties. How would they ensure that this would not worsen relations between the government of that country, because they would be supporting the opposition and not interfere in another country's governmental systems?
Which of the delegates of the Commission may I ask to have the floor? The delegate of Italy.
Personal privilege because technical issues, I couldn't really hear anything. So if my fellow delegate could repeat her question.
That's okay, we'll move on to someone else then. Which of the delegates of the Culture Commission may I ask to answer the question? The delegate of the Netherlands.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I do understand the fear that the most honorable Austrian delegate expresses, but I would like to tell her that there is no need to fear such a thing. We secretly believe that every member state and every member state government respects the democracy fully, even though some member states may interpret it differently, and therefore will respect that the opposition receives support from the European Union, and the opposition will also receive as much support as the government of that respective member state. I hope I have responded adequately to the question. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you very much. Then we'll move on to a new point from the delegation of Bulgaria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to comment on OC number 13, as my delegation truly believes that citizen representation is crucial for the principles and values of the EU. This dialogue and communication through citizen assemblies may be good for achieving that. However, our concern is that the creation of such citizen assemblies may not represent everyone equally, as it is stated that it will represent citizens between groups in conflict, which is not clearly defined, and it may lead to a political infringement, as political propaganda may spread from one of the conflict parts, as well as communicating and discussing such issues may not be the best solution, as I suppose that our fellow delegates from this committee think that it is more related to non-government organizations. So how would you ensure that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I would like to ask the delegate of Hungary to give an explanation on this.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So these citizen assemblies are free to enter for everyone. So you don't have to fear of spreading political propagandas, because every single party has the chance to enter these and send their representatives, and every single person participating has a chance to discuss his or her political views. So I don't think we have to be afraid of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we'll now move on to the last point in this open debate. And then I will ask the delegate of Italy to have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like you to focus your attention on the OC number 13. The problem in this OC is that it creates another assembly that overlaps to the already existing groups and institutions without even defining its specific legal role. So it's a better purpose for me ensuring the correct functioning of the already existing institutions. So how this creation could solve the problem? Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Which of the delegates of the Commission may I ask to elaborate on this? Yeah, the delegate from Croatia.
Thank you, Madam President. If I understand the question correctly, I would like to answer that the sole purpose is education and exchanging of ideas between citizens from different parties, and not making actual decisions in politics. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Is this made clear now, delegate of Italy?
Yes, now it's clear. Thank you.
Great, then with this point, we will end the open debate and we will move on to the speech against or in favor of the resolution from the delegates. Who may I ask to give this speech? Delegate of Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Distinguished Presidency, Honourable Committee Presidents, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The resolution of the Committee of Culture and Education 1 has failed us. Their task was to find ways to support member states that struggle to live up to the democratic criteria of the EU. They have not done so. The resolution presented is vague. It does not offer solutions. For example, OC4 reminds that the EU is a supranational union. What does this OC adds to the resolution? Sadly, there are more examples. OC9 states that the member states will receive a warning when they have committed an undemocratic act. Again, this is vague. What consequences will arise? A warning will not prevent undemocratic acts by governments. Furthermore, the resolution does not address the main problem: uncooperative governments and EU skepticism in member states that do not promote the values of the EU. This will not disappear by just giving courses to students, especially because the governments in question will not let the EU interfere with their education systems to this extent. The EU has very limited power over the member states' individual educational systems. Again, the problem is not attacked by the root. OC7 suggests that we should subsidize the country's Department of Education. Is that not exactly what we shouldn't do? If the government of a country is drifting away from democratic values of the EU, why subsidize the Department of Education, which is under direct influence or control of the government, and give them the money when they may use it for the complete opposite than the intended purpose? Considering the significant amount of problems posed by the resolution by the CULT Committee and the vagueness with which they address their issues, I urge all of you to vote against this resolution. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Delegate of Austria. Now, whom of the delegation, whom of the Commission may I ask to give the closing speech? The Delegate of the UK.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. Honorable Presidents and fellow delegates, we have now reached the final time we will actively discuss the resolution of Cultural Committee 1. All of you by now will have formulated your opinion on whether our resolution should be passed or not. But I urge you one final time to consider the following. Democracy is one, if not the most important fundamental feature of our Western societies. Democracy doesn't know borders or language. All democracy knows is international, and people want it for a reason. The reason is obvious. It is because of people that see actions as democratic. It shows the people that majority of people back the action that was taken. The 2019 European election was the first election to receive 50% turnout. It was the first one for the last 26 years. Therefore, my question to this delegation is this: how has this European Parliament dared to call themselves democratic when less than 50% voted for us? Therefore, I would like to lead on to the point that was made by the honorary delegate of Austria about certain things that we have failed them. I would like to repeat that our question was how to make the European Union more democratic, and we have done that. The honorary delegation of Austria has again said that it's too vague and we don't give description of punishment. In our footnotes, we exactly state what will happen after a warning. We exactly state what the punishment will be. We also exactly stated how we're going to make the union more democratic, and this is our plan. As I've said before, every delegate has made a great question, and it's time to answer your questions one final time. Through education, through giving the people an understanding of what the European Union does, through actively showing to each member state what the European Union does, we therefore can show every person in every state that they are important to the European Union. This will increase the democracy because people will get educated. They will understand the importance importance of the European Union. And how do you make a branch more democratic when they have more than 50% votes? So does the European Parliament want to become more democratic? Then we need to increase the amount of votes they are getting. And how do we do that in the long term? We encourage education for the European Union, for the benefits and drawbacks of it. We come united under independent journalism, and we encourage journalists to write when their nation is wrong, and they don't get heavily punished for it. I hope you all come to an agreement that this is an important resolution for the European Union. For this resolution, it is up to your hands to decide, will decide the fate for whether the European Union increasingly becomes democratic or we fall, and we constantly fall, and we will never become the greatest democratic body this body was supposed to be. I thank you for the floor, Madam President, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you for this speech, Delegate of the United Kingdom. Then I may now ask all of you to vote either in favor or against or in abstention of this Commission of Culture and Education. And I would also like to ask the CPs to collect their votes.
So 12 CPs voted for the resolution, 6 voted against the resolution, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much. Philip, do we have all the results of the voting?
I think we're still missing some votes.
Is someone having trouble with the voting, or is everything going all right? If you're having trouble, you can speak up. Yeah?
I believe that we have all the votes now.
Great. Done with 69% in favor, 25% against. And can somebody please mute their audio? Thank you. With 25 guys, he was playing music in background. Okay, great. 25% against, 69% in favor, and 6% abstention. And the CPs who also voted in favor, this resolution has been taken on by the European Parliament, and congrats are in favor. And then we will now move on, little applause. Then we will now move on to the next commission.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you disturb the session, we will have to remove you from the meeting.
So everybody just pay attention that you mute your audios so that we don't.
I would like to invite the Committee on Culture and Education to present their resolution. There was a textual change approved by the presidency. I will show it to you in a second. Can you see it? Can you guys see?
No.
No.
Can you see it now?
No.
Okay, so if not, go to OC number 21 and change charities with NGOs. OC 21, change charities with NGOs. Now we will move on to the reading of the OCs. Whom from the committee may I ask to read the operational clauses of the resolution? Please raise your hand. I think it's Croatia. I don't think you have your country's name in.
Cyprus.
Oh, Cyprus. Okay. You may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So firstly, the committee recommends to identify and support key driving sectors in rural areas for retaining talent through means such as utilizing financial aid primarily from EAFRD, European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development, and identifying the sectors which create the most job positions in the rural area. 2. Reinstalls a project similar to the Rural DEAR, Development Education Awareness Raising agenda, changing the primary focus to educational issues. 3. Encourages the application of tax reduction for SMEs as well as startups in rural areas. 4. Recommends the creation of particular loans by the EU for agricultural SMEs. 5. Requests the promotion and recognition of agricultural products cultivated by SMEs that have a responsible policy towards rural employment. 6. Urges the Committee on Development, DEVE AFID, to configure and apply solutions in order to revert the situation, such as, but not limited to, ensuring and providing an initial amount of monetary aid from agricultural businesses. 7. Urges all EU member states to further fund programs expanding the accessibility of education, public transport and healthcare, including mental health, such as, but not limited to, national rural development programs. 8. Commission the Horizon 2020 to be extended to 2030, be expanded to include rural mobility, researching for reliable, inexpensive and easy ways to install transport possibilities for rural areas. 9. Further funds EU-wide projects improving accessibility in healthcare and transport, such as, but not limited to, CEF, Creating Europe Facility, and the EU health programs. 10. Calls upon more funding from the European Commission towards the education sector. 11. Expresses its hope that the member states invest more in schooling infrastructure in rural areas. 12. Recommends member states to hire more social well-being workers in rural schools and, if not possible, alternate among the rural schools in areas with limited social well-being workers. 13. Further recommends member states to digitize their teaching materials and update them to the current knowledge and situation. 14. Instructs member states to guarantee a before school, after school, and after work bus connection in reasonable proximity to every household. 15. Request the European Commission to implement funding opportunities for rural extracurricular, sport, and hobby activities and associations. 16. Further request the European Commission to investigate the possibility of creating a network of rural schools within the Erasmus Plus program across the member states that share experiences and organize student exchanges. 17. Endorses a requirement of a mandatory meeting with school support staff before abandoning secondary education and a possibility of free counseling sessions for students at risk of dropping out. 18. Authorizes the creation of a multimedia information campaign concerning youth opportunities, possibilities of participation in civic life, and the importance of democratic involvement. 19. Recommends the member states to further their civic education curriculum to raise civic awareness among the population of voting age, subsequently of rural populations as well. 20. Supports the promotion of open education programs such as, but not limited to, the Public Knowledge Project, from which people can receive access to research material. 21. Resolves to cooperate with NGOs to ensure every rural student has access to a learning device. 22. Calls upon the Heritage Interpretation Program to promote different points of interest that would contribute to the local economy and infrastructure and create jobs around those points of interest. 23. Emphasizes the further development support for rural areas through the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development to stimulate the local economy by indirectly creating job opportunities. 24. urges member states to offer higher salaries to teachers in rural areas, urges higher wages to educators in rural areas. 25. Considers putting classroom running and curriculum building set decisions in the hands of community together with educators. 26. Urges member states to support the creation and continued operation of municipality, regionally owned, or cooperative internet service providers. 27. Recommends EU member states to implement tax credits for internet bills for low-income households. 28. Instructs the EU member states to provide for free internet access in all schools and libraries, accessible to everyone without obstacles, in cooperation with foundations and charities. 29. Expands the Wi-Fi for EU program to rural areas. 30. Instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we will move on to the opening speech. Whom from the committee may I ask to hold the speech? Spain. Spain, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. Dear fellow delegates, honorable members of the presidency, committee presidents, members of the audience, let me introduce you to the story of Umbralejo, a little town in Spain that as time went by saw all of its inhabitants leave. After this, all the culture, the traditions, the life of Umbralejo was forever lost and eventually forgotten. Alas, pushed by the challenges continuously faced by those living in their countryside, that have had, until now, very little attention from the institutions. This is in fact not only the story of Umbralejo, but also the one from an endless list of towns all around Europe that are either on the same point or in the verge of disappearing. However, the future is in our hands, as today we are given the opportunity to decide the future we want for the people in the rural areas. On the one hand, we can leave things as they are. We can turn a blind eye on all of the European citizens who still suffer from bigger unemployment rates than people in cities, people who have to leave their homeland in order to be able to work or to study, people who have limited access to basic services such as health assistance or appropriate internet connections. Because, honorable delegates, this is what's going on right now in the countryside of the European Union. According to the Network of Rural Development, only around half of the population of the rural Europe has access to a fast internet connection. 3 out of 5 people facing poverty in Southern Eastern European countries live in the countryside. They do as well have lower rates of graduation compared to cities. And we could really go on and on with the statistics, but it's actually not only a question of numbers. It's mainly a question of European citizens that have been once and again forgotten. However, on the other hand, we can make a difference and work on ideas that can make those areas stronger. This is, as a matter of fact, the position that the Culture Committee defends and our resolution proposes. Ours is an ambitious resolution, focusing on enhancing projects already held by the European Union, as we can see in clauses 2, 8, or 29, but also proposing groundbreaking ideas such as open education, a network of Erasmus Plus experiences among European rural schools, or even the creation of strong broadband providers for rural Europe. These improvements go hand in hand with clauses that strive for a more ambitious economical environment for the countryside and empowering the rural youth. We are therefore tackling the main causes of rural depopulation. All in all, this resolution defends making education, employability, and access to services of the general interest in the rural areas a priority for the European Union. This is, and only this, the way we can give back the life to places like Umbralejo and start to revert the terrible consequences of the rural exodus. The European Union needs to take again into consideration the problems of the historically forgotten citizens. And that is why I ask my fellow delegates to vote in favor of our resolution. This is the correct way of giving the rural areas and the innovation, sustainability, and development they very much needed. Thank you, Jorge Perez, Delegation of Spain.
Thank you, Spain, for your speech. Now we will move on to some factual questions. Please be reminded that only definitional questions are allowed at this time. So are there any questions from the General Assembly? Luxembourg.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Could the honorable delegates who have worked on this resolution please explain the difference between clause 7, as it states here, urges all EU member states to further fund and healthcare specifically, and well, for the argument, and and number 9 says further funds EU-wide projects improving accessibility in healthcare. They both say the same thing. Could they please explain the difference? Thank you very much.
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Germany.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. There is a difference between OC 7 and 9, because in OC 7 we want to get further funds on the member states' healthcare programs, while in OC 9 we're further funding the EU health program itself.
So is it clear for you, Luxembourg?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other questions? Slovakia.
Thank you for the word, Your Excellency, Madam President. The delegation of Slovakia has a question to the operative clause number 9, calls upon more funding from the European Commission towards the education sector. The committee outlined the education sector here, and we were wondering which particular education sector they kept in mind.
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. May the honorable delegate who asked this question maybe confirm whether it was actually OC number 9 he was talking about, because OC number 9 does not talk about educational matters.
Excuse me, it was OC number 10.
Okay.
Austria may have the word.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, we call upon more funding due to the apparent lack of infrastructure, which is mentioned in other OCs, and general, well, to bridge the gap between the levels of education in rural areas and urban areas.
Delegate, is it clear now?
Unfortunately, we asked regarding which educations sectors you meant under the OC number 10. Is it the education sectors of every country within the European Union, or you meant ones in particular? Because if you mentioned the education centers. Thank you for the word, Madam President.
Austria.
The delegate of Austria has to apologize due to small technical difficulties. You couldn't quite hear the delegate of Slovakia. This is a good question. Our committee is referring to the educational sector all over Europe. So in every member state.
Okay, I think it's clear now. Are there any other questions from the General Assembly? Belgium.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Belgium was wondering if the committee could define Horizon 2020 mentioned in OC 8, please.
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Romania.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So Horizon 2020 is the biggest EU research and innovation program ever, with nearly 80 billion euros of funding available over 7 years, in addition to the private investment that this money will attract.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the General Assembly? Malta.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Maltese delegation said the committee. I would like to ask the committee to define and explain exactly what they meant by the term particular loans in operative clause 4. Thank you.
From the committee may I ask to respond? I encourage all the committee to be active. Spain.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. Mainly, those particular loans would be focused on pushing those rural or agricultural businesses. So they would be focusing on having lower interest than the loans that could be given by regular banks, and they would be regulated by the European Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is clear enough. We will have one more factual question from the GA who may ask Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The Austrian delegation was wondering what if there was a difference between limited social well-being workers and the common social workers, and if there is a difference, what it consists of. Thank you for the floor.
Okay, whom from the committee may ask to respond? Germany.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. In this OC, which is number 12, we're stating that if there are limited social well-being workers, we want to change or alternate between them, while there's no difference between social well-being workers itself.
Thank you, Germany. This concludes the factual questions. We will now move on to the amendments. There was one amendment accepted by the presidency. I will share my screen. Please tell me if you see anything.
We can't see anything. Okay, it's here.
You can see now? Perfect. So there was an amendment proposed by the delegate from Cyprus concerning clause number 29. The delegation wants to delete the entire clause, and the reasoning is the Wi-Fi for You EU covers the equipment and installation costs for Wi-Fi across rural areas. If she may, this means Wi-Fi infrastructure has to be built, and that not only would take a lot of time, it is ineffective and unsustainable. The whole point of the resolution is keeping students in rural areas in touch with a normal education and not transforming rural areas into urban areas. She finds this solution unnecessary, as education through internet could be promoted with only a small amount of infrastructure in public places in order to keep both the sustainability and modernization of rural areas concerning education. I would like to ask the delegate from Cyprus to come forward and deliver the speech.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Esteemed PCs and officials, respected guests and fellow delegates, I am Anna Maria Hachpanayiotou, representing the Cyprus delegation. Firstly, we would like to congratulate the Committee of Calls for their fulfilling resolution. However, we would also like to remind them that quantity does not always meet quality. With that being said, I would like to support my amendment of deleting the entire 29th clause because the Wi-Fi for EU covers the equipment and, if I may emphasize, installation costs for Wi-Fi infrastructure across rural areas. That includes big amounts of Wi-Fi infrastructure being installed. It may be an effective solution to your problem, but the EU needs to consider the unsustainability and unfeasibility of this solution as it indirectly aims to transform rural areas into urban areas. As a small amount of Wi-Fi infrastructure already exists in rural areas, the 27th and 28th clauses are already enough to ensure the promotion of Wi-Fi in rural areas and ensure that they have the social right to have access to it. With that being said, it makes the 29th clause unnecessary. I therefore strongly urge you to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any questions regarding this amendment proposed by the delegate from Cyprus? Any questions, please raise your hand. Germany.
One question to the separate delegation. You mentioned that the Wi-Fi for You only funds the installation and a preparation of the Wi-Fi program map. That is exactly what we want, because there is a lack of Wi-Fi in rural areas. We exactly want the Wi-Fi for EU to fund these projects. So why stating this as a problem?
Cyprus.
Thank you for the question. I understand what you're saying, but each Wi-Fi for EU network that is deployed has to be connected to a different captive portal. Several networks and therefore several captive portals increase the overall operating and maintenance cost, which, as stated by the Wi-Fi for EU project, they have to pay. This will burden the economy of rural areas and preventing them from initiating other projects. So that comes to my conclusion that it indirectly transforms them to urban areas, which should not be the aim of this committee. Thank you.
Is it clear for you, delegate?
Partly good, because yes, she stated that there is needed a support base to conceive the Wi-Fi there, but this is why the Wi-Fi for EU programs exist, to take over these costs funded by the EU and not have the local industry to pay for this.
So do you have any more questions, Germany? Okay. Are there any other questions regarding this amendment? Bulgaria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So since the start of the Wi-Fi for EU program, according to recent data, 29,183 municipalities have already benefited from it, and our delegation believes and sees the results of Wi-Fi for EU, the Wi-Fi for EU initiative already in Bulgaria as well as other member states. So as we live in such difficult times and distance education may be preferred in more rural areas around the EU, we don't actually I think that not supporting the Wi-Fi for EU and expanding its organization and municipalities would improve the situation, as also, as you know, digital literacy in the EU is improving gradually, but thanks to such technologies, it would definitely be faster. So the EU may be a leader in the world for digital literacy. Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Cyprus.
Yes, thank you for the floor, Madam President. As the delegation of Cyprus has already stated, that as a small amount of Wi-Fi infrastructure already exists in rural areas, the 27th and 28th clauses are enough to ensure the promotion of Wi-Fi. So the statement you're making does not inadequately does not stand. And yes, there have been municipalities that have benefited from this, but it's because most of them are in urban areas, and it's the fact that I make this amendment not to not promote the social right to have an internet in rural areas, but to make sure that the maintenance cost that they have to pay does not burden their economy and their sustainability of the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyprus. I think it was clear enough. One more question regarding this amendment. I encourage all the committee, all the members of the committee. Slovakia.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The delegate of Slovakia's question is twofold, but the most important one is whether the delegate of the Cypriot delegation is aware of the fact that we already have to pay for internet infrastructure to expand it into rural areas, such as by fiber optic cables or other infrastructure needed to install internet in these areas. So this would mostly be just a problem of installing a public router, for example, to make sure that people can feed into the public network.
Thank you. Cyprus.
Can you please repeat the question because I had a bad connection? I'm sorry.
Okay, you may have the word.
Oh, of course. Thank you for the word, Madam President. So the question of the delegate of Slovakia was whether the Cypriot delegate is aware of the fact that internet infrastructure has to be installed in these places anyway, and that there is a very simple solution, for example, by just installing a public router, for example, to the internet network to make it possible for people to connect.
Thank you. Was it clear now, Cyprus?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. That's exactly why in my amendment and my speech I stated that this includes big amounts of Wi-Fi infrastructure being installed. Therefore, I believe that the installation of Wi-Fi infrastructure just in public places and the implementation of routers there is enough to give the chance for education in rural areas to be promoted through Wi-Fi. I hope your question is answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyprus. This concludes the questions for the amendment. Whom from the committee may I ask to come forward and deliver the speech for or against the amendment? Malta, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So, first of all, this argument makes a lot of assumptions for what is effectively a 7-word clause calling for the expansion of a program. Internet connectivity today has become as essential to education as water is to life and as sun is to plants. DigiMap itself is happening solely because we have access to internet, and we tend to forget that thousands still don't have it. Thousands more have access that is highly expensive compared to us who think that connected to Wi-Fi is free. A few hundred years ago, humans established that a running water supply is essential for all homes, urban or not. And so they set out the infrastructure needed to guarantee it for all. A few hundred years later, we decided electricity is essential for all homes, urban or not. And so we made sure everyone could have it if they wanted. Now it's time to do the same with the internet. The key to the chamber within which the world's collective knowledge lies. So when you suggest that a few receiver units scattered across rural areas are too big an infrastructure project, remember that without the internet, you wouldn't even be able to say it, because it has the power to educate, facilitate, and give a voice to the currently voiceless. And so it is our sworn duty to guarantee it to everyone, be them in a city office or on a village farm, for the sake of our progress. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now move on to the voting procedure. Please remember only in favor and against.
Madam President, the voting that appeared is for the resolution, not the amendment.
Oh yeah, I think we have the wrong poll.
Oh, we are sorry. Just technical issues. Let me know when the votes are ready.
Was everyone able to vote? Because I believe that we are still missing some votes.
I would like every delegate to vote on the amendment, please.
If no one was unable to vote, I will share the results now.
Okay, thank you. So with 35% in favor and 65% against, this amendment has not passed. We will now move on to the open debate. Who has any questions? Oh, just a second. Romania.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. I would like the delegates to look at the 21st OC. That is basically suggesting that it is not within the state's duties and obligations to provide the necessary means for children to get access to learning, and that the NGOs are responsible for ensuring progress. But I can tell you one thing. Kids nowadays are the casualties of no one but the state's incompetence to get access to offer access to education. So my question for you is, why do you think that an entity that is not bound by taxpayer money to any set of duties to ensure something that the state is lawfully obligated to provide? Thank you.
From the committee, may I ask to respond? Spain.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. This OC actually says cooperate, as it is a cooperation between the states and the NGOs. Of course, the states should be able to guarantee that every children in the country has access to a learning device. However, when this is not possible, when funds are not or could not be met, it would be interesting and beneficial to collaborate with NGOs so they could actually be beneficial for the education and for everything we have stated for those kids in the rural area. Thank you, Jorge, for the delegation of Spain.
Thank you, Spain. Romania, was it clear for you?
It was, thank you.
Any other questions from the General Assembly? The Netherlands.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. The delegate of the Netherlands has a question for the committee. If we look at IC1, it alarms us for the low number of educators and the low standard of teaching. And the solution the committee gives for this in OC24 is basically money, just giving money for the teachers. But is this the solution for the shortage on teachers just by throwing money towards it? I mean, money is not the solution. So why isn't the committee investing in, for example, seminars or the proper education of teachers?
Thank you, the Netherlands. Whom from the committee may ask to respond? Italy. I think your hand was raised from before. Please, if your hand was raised from before, unraise it. Okay, that's perfect. Romania. Romania, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So money will bring better nor qualified teachers. So there is especially a lack of teachers in other areas of the European Union. And by offering higher salaries to teachers in rural areas, we stimulate them to practically give themselves 100% of their potential.
Thank you. Was it clear for you, Delegate?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Not really, because why is only one cause dedicated to this problem? This is the Committee on Education and Culture, right? I mean, this is a very big issue. And what the delegate of Romania actually says, she says, well, we have a lack of teachers, so we're giving them money so that they will do more. It sounds like they're trying to, well, it may sound extreme, but it sounds like a bribe. So I'm wondering, why isn't the committee investing in motivating the teachers or motivating people to become a teacher instead of just throwing money at people?
Thank you, the Netherlands. Romania, you may have a follow-up.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So I believe that there are more OCs, such as, let me check.
Okay, so any other member of the committee would like to respond to the question? If yes, please raise your hand. Slovakia.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So in the same way that when you go buy an electric car and the government gives you a subsidy, that's called an incentive, not a bribe. And what we see really often is in these countries, especially those that have significant rules, that have significant rural areas, in teacher colleges and universities with training programs that that form future teachers, people or new graduates are choosing to stay in cities, or they're choosing to come to cities. Why are they choosing to come to the cities? Well, it's quite simple, right? Because they can have bigger salaries, because the city government really often funds schools better than regional governments, and they make sure that teachers in cities have higher salaries. Now, if we urge the member state to offer higher salaries in rural areas, in rural schools, then we are increasing the demand to teach in a rural school, because we are giving them a money incentive that allows them to have a higher standard of living, to have more money to spend, and to have more money to save as well. So what we are essentially saying is the money is not the only solution, but it is a significant part in attracting new and especially younger teachers to rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I think it was clear enough. Any other questions from the General Assembly? Belgium.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Belgium does not quite get that the delegate of, I think, Belgium thinks it was Slovakia, said that there would be a higher demand if they would raise the money. Now, Belgium is not quite sure, but demand and money are not linked. That's the thing within the inflation. You have the demand, but there is not enough supply, so the price goes up. So how is demand the same as money? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Whom from the committee may ask to respond? Please, if you are not from the committee, do not raise your hand right now because it's confusing for me. Perfect. Thank you. Cyprus.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Seeming the Belgian delegation is speaking on the same point that was previously mentioned, giving teachers a higher salary to work in rural areas is giving them the further push that is necessary to actually increase the educational system that is necessary in these rural areas to give the students that equal opportunities with students in urban areas. It's giving teachers an incentive, it's giving them an opportunity to take so as that they can give a part of themselves to these areas, so that they can give a part of themselves to these students that they wish to help, because they are taking the extra mile, they are walking the extra mile. They need to put in some extra effort. It is true to work in these rural areas, because even distance can be a big factor, can be far from their houses. They have to get up in the morning and drive out of the city where they may live. So the extra salary is giving them that push. It's giving them the opportunity that they need to help the students that they want to help. Thank you.
Okay, Cyprus, I think that was clear enough. Any other questions from the General Assembly? Please, the delegates from CALT to lower your hand.
This is the committee on the call.
Yeah, but I asked for questions from the GA. Perfect. Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The tax reduction mentioned in OC3 gives, in my opinion, certain companies an unfair economic advantage. Instead of targeting the core problem of rural development, this concept would further worsen the problem in the aspect of brain drain, which they actually are trying to solve. As this measure encourages the emigration of entrepreneurs to non-EU countries such as, but not limited to, the US, which in this respect would not only weaken the development in rural areas, but the development of the EU as a whole. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My name is Anthony Martin from the Austrian delegation.
Madam President. Now whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Malta.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So back to the Austrian delegate's question. The reason why the committee came up with tax reduction is because when we reduce the tax burden on rural companies, when it enable them to expand, hire more workers, build more facilities, and then overall benefiting the overall rural economy. So that is the main reason why we decided to put this in our resolution. It's absolutely normal for the government to incentivize certain corporate behavior, and this is especially addictive in these special economic zones common all over Europe, and it will not cause US company migration at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it was clear enough. Any other?
Can I have a follow-up on the question?
Yeah, you may have. Yeah, you may have.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Yet I want to ask how the EU can apply tax reductions in member states, because I don't think this is possible and this hasn't been done yet.
Malta.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to point out to the Austrian delegate that our OC state encourages the application of tax reduction. It is just an encouragement to the government of the member states the EU does not have the power as it should, that it reduces taxes. However, it can recommend to the member states. I hope that this is clear. Thank you.
Yeah, this is definitely clear enough. You may not have a follow-up. Any other questions from the General Assembly? Italy.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I wanted to draw your attention to the OC25. Indeed, this is hard to apply because every member of the states has different teaching method and school content. It's tough to establish good criteria to unify the curriculum.
And from the committee, may I ask to respond? Spain. Yeah, Spain.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. Actually, OC number 25 doesn't talk about unification of the different education curriculum. It actually does the opposite. It talks about giving people in the rural areas and rural communities the ability to decide their own curriculum, as it could be adopted. So it's better for the rural areas, and it's not only focused on things that could be applied to bigger cities. So it's actually talking not about unification, but about personalization and letting those rural areas choose what's better for them and what suits them better. Thank you, Jorge, for the delegation of Spain.
Thank you, Spain. Would you like a follow-up? Okay, thank you. Now we will move on to the last question of this open debate. The Netherlands.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to ask the committee if they thought about the fact that digitalizing teaching materials, as stated in OC 13, will exclude many people who haven't got the money for a stable Wi-Fi connection, as they talked about earlier.
Thank you. Whom from the committee may ask to respond? Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to state that we addressed the problem of people having limited access to, for example, Wi-Fi connections or internet connections in general in the other OCs. So you are correct in the fact that it would be a problem if we didn't include them in the other OCs.
Thank you, Austria. Was it clear enough, delegate?
Thank you for informing me, Madam President. I would like to ask a follow-up question.
Okay.
Thank you for the floor again. Well, it is stated that you want to do something about the bad Wi-Fi connections, but the program for that, the Wi-Fi for EU program, has the rule that the initiative for asking for new Wi-Fi connection lies with local authorities, and local authorities are often not aware of the fact they can use this program. I think because the committee didn't put any effort in making sure local authorities are aware of this possibility, the lack of stable Wi-Fi connections will make many people excluded from digital teaching materials. So why did the committee not think about this when making the decision about the EU Wi-Fi for EU program?
Thank you, the Netherlands. Austria, you may respond. You may respond.
The Committee of Call 2 believes that there is, although your point is definitely valid, there's a certain responsibility of local governments to regularly inform themselves on programs that can help them or fund them. It is not upon the EU to force the programs upon them, or at least don't force them, at least to market all their problems. They definitely are. They are definitely sufficiently promoted, but there is at least a certain responsibility of local governments to basically look them up themselves or inform themselves.
Thank you, Austria. This concludes the open debate. Whom from the General Assembly may I ask to deliver a speech against the resolution? You have 1 minute to raise your hand. The ones whose hands are still raised from before, please stop it. Romania.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. Presidency, Excellencies, Member of the Model European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to tell the Culture and Education Committee how much I appreciate the work they have done, but some of their OCs make me not support their resolution. First, for the OC number 3, they will have to deal with SMEs that will have their headquarters in rural areas, but will not operate in such areas, therefore giving some companies an economical advantage, which I think will worsen their issue. OC number 4 is very vague, as it is not mentioned what these particular loans consist of, and also discriminating other businesses that do not work in the agriculture domain, and even those that do can take this particular loan and develop in other domains, again giving them an advantage against the solving they wanted. For OC 10 and 11, just investing in education will not mean that those smarter people will work for the sustainability for the rural area, but even leave the area and work on a bigger scale, aggravating the problem. So this OC is a waste of money, as businesses will not just appear in rural areas if the schools do. Unfortunately, OC number 13 is already happening lately, but digitizing the school will not make an improvement on the sustainability of the area. It will just move the schools online, bringing no advantage. In the OC 16, the committee failed to consider that schools do not have the training to submit an Erasmus Plus application, and also not many projects can be accepted by Erasmus in order to make a difference. The free counseling in the OC number 17 is already happening, and students can benefit from it at all times, not only if you are at risk to drop out, as the committee suggested. OC number 25 is the living dream of a busy student. Do you think that letting the community build a curriculum will be a good idea, as many students will try to make it as free as they can? Even if it is in collaboration with a teacher, this OC cannot be put in practice, as the community and teacher will not achieve an agreement. I present these points and try to explain to the GA that this resolution should not pass. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Romania. Whom from the committee may I ask to hold the closing speech for the resolution? Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable Presidency, Committee President, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests. Where does the majority of all food and agricultural products in the EU come from? Where can the majority of common methods of renewable energy be produced, such as wind turbines, small-scale water plants, and social energy parks? The answer to those two questions is rural areas. After World War II, the development of agriculture in rural areas led to a prosperous future for all of Europe. So why should we as the EU risk this major factor of European wealth by risking the future of rural youth because they are limited by their surroundings? As a response to the speech against the resolution, I would say that regarding OC3, the encouragement of tax reductions isn't necessarily a discrimination of other companies. It's simply a tool, an economic tool to create a catalyst for economic growth in those areas, such as seen in many other fields of the economy. I would like Now, number 4. The creation of particular loans is also nothing new, and similar like number OC3, it creates a catalyst to once again stimulate the economy. Regarding OC10, calls upon more funding from the European Commission towards the educational sector. I think there has been some misunderstanding regarding the use of money to solve problems by the Committee of Code. No, we do not believe just throwing money at things solves them automatically, but it definitely, if there is more money involved with the educational sector in those areas, the quality will the quality of education and the range of educational opportunities will definitely increase. Number 11 expresses, well, which is basically the same thing, which I already, I think, elaborated well. And now to number 13, further recommends states to digitalize the teaching materials. You asked why this exactly helps to relieve the problem of less or insufficient education in these areas. If there are, for example, villages that are basically very inaccessible compared to, I guess, small towns or I guess bigger villages, digitalized teaching materials can, as you may all know by now, used for distance learning, which seems to have proven quite effective over the current corona crisis. To sum this up, point number 17, I understand your point, but even if it reduces only a small amount of school dropouts, in our opinion, it is worth it. And finally, number 25, of course, there will be disagreements, but the involvement of the community isn't that great within those discussions. So of course, the curriculums will mainly be taught by professional, qualified teachers, and obviously also created by such personnel. To sum this up, now I would like to thank my fellow delegates for working diligently to create such an important resolution, as we are providing solutions to bridge the gap between urban and rural areas. I urge you to vote in favor of this resolution to give rural youth a chance to have the same opportunity as any other EU citizen. The EU should leave no one behind, especially not rural youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. Now we will move on to the voting procedures. Now I would like to hear the CP's vote.
Thank you very much. So 5 CPs voted for the resolution, 7 voted against it, and there were 8 abstentions.
Thank you. Has everyone voted?
I think we still need some votes.
Okay.
Be done.
Please vote.
If no one has been unable to vote, I will share the results now.
Thank you. So with 53% in favor, 37 against, 11% in abstentions, and the disapproval of the committee presidents, this resolution has passed. Clapping is in order.
I believe that you can actually start the lunch break now. and we will meet at 2 here again. Please mute yourself and stop your video. And afterwards, we will continue with the Tran committee. Thank you.
Could I ask the teachers and coordinators, please, to remain in the Zoom? And if you could make yourself visible, please. I've just seen Christopher Lucht and Lisbeth. Victor, if you could open your video just briefly so we can have a few minutes to talk. I've got it very good. I've got Lisbeth here. And
put on my headset.
Yeah. Emma, if you want to join us, please feel free to join us. Darina. We've also got Verle from Belgium. The presidents were going to announce this, but yes, well, they forgot. Dorina, are you available to talk? Dorina, Bulgaria. I had Vittorio here earlier on. Victor, but maybe, yes, you are in a lunch. Okay, Tamas Photo. Okay.
Hello, I'm here.
Tamas, hi, great. Where is Victor? We're waiting for Victor to turn on his mic. How are you? I was just about to read your message, Tamas. How are you?
Fine, thank you very much. And you?
Tired. Yes, it's intensive, 3 days, and leading up to the conference, of course, so everything falls into place. Vittorio's there, great. Now we've got Veronica, we've got Christopher, Ulrike. Hello, Verle, we have not met, and we have got Agatha. Hello, great. I just thought, as we don't have we haven't been able to meet on MS Teams, and I understand that for some of you, of course, you use your MS Teams for business and school, and mixing your school MS Teams with a session MS Teams can lead to a conflict. And I mean, it's the conflict we had just before the session when we bought an MS Teams license, and that then led to a conflict between the free version we had and the one we bought. So in the end, we had to set up the whole conference new on a free license, with its limitations, of course. A professional license, it's actually an NGO license, gives you far more rights and technical software at your disposal. But anyway, I hope what you have seen was good. And Tamas, I'd like to thank you for helping Daniel in getting your Hungarian delegation together literally last minute. And wow, they've performed amazingly, and also in the cultural evening last night. They were quick at hand with a presentation and a song.
Thank you for the opportunity.
how can we just a quick round and get everybody to well, share some comments. I don't want to keep you very long, but you know, as this is a first, can we maybe, if I could ask Elizabeth, you were very attentive late last night. I still saw you in the
in the back.
in the
Yeah,
background.
I think Gottfried, for the first session, and you did it in a very short time, it's a success. And as far as I've heard up till now, the students are positive and enthusiastic. So up till now, it's fine, I think. And I'm sure we learn a lot about this session for the next session. And well, we hope COVID will give then more opportunity to find a way to get students partly together. Let's say it in that way.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I hope that you know, they will then be able to meet in real life but on the other hand, when we have face-to-face meetings again, we'll be able to use some of the technology we have here.
I'm sure.
So we, you know, the learning curve is there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Isabel. Now that I've got you in the picture, we always hear you in the background. You've got your delegation at the agency. And, you know, to think that a year ago we were with you in Malta, you know, the last real. How does the comparison stand? Great delegation you've got, by the way.
We're lucky enough to be able to gather 5 people in the hall in one of our rooms here. So we've tried to give them the best possible experience, considering it's so different. Obviously, I think everybody knows that the young people are always drawn to the idea that they travel abroad to do an international MEP session. But I think, considering that this is the first time, that the young people are actually enthusiastic about what they're doing, because it's not, I know MEP is more than, it's the simulation and what they get to learn from it, the non-formal educational aspect, but then you like to see them that they're happy that they're doing it, not because you have to do it or because you've committed. And I think it's working fine so far. They've also managed a little bit to bond with some of the other young people online. And that's good as well.
Yes, yeah. You know, leaving your delegation bubble and even leaving your committee bubble has been the greatest challenge. So, you know, with this cultural program and with the social program, they have their own Instagram channel, and they've been uploading and liking and sharing, and, you know, there are pictures of them sharing a drink, you know, online, and or with party hats and so forth. So that's worked, but it could have been better. But anyway, it's well, you know, hopefully we won't have to do this too many times. And it's great to see how the young people adapt and take the most out of what's available.
And also, just to say the last thing, kudos to the MEP organizers, because they managed to do this transition in a very short while. And I think the most important thing is that MEP survives, lives, manages to get by, you know, and it's shown that it has been able to do it. So I'm very proud to form part of MEP as a coordinator, quite honestly.
Oh, Isabel, that's so kind of you to say.
No, but it's true.
Because many people don't understand, you know, that is really at risk. And I mean, it'll be something I'll say in the closing ceremony. You know, everyone who's chipped in, everyone who's, you know, participated, you've kept it alive. And we didn't have a session in March, you know, and if we had said no in November, we would have been 1.5 years without a proper session. And we're losing a whole generation of those who then can pass it on. So MEP is alive in Malta. you know, great, and in the Netherlands and in all the countries participating. Thank you very much, Isabel. Let's move on to Vittorio. Just a quick hi, and you as a former participant, and you are Mr. MEP, and now as coordinator of MEP Italia. Can you comment a little on your experience?
Yes, thank you, Gottfried. I think that this session is just amazing, considering also the short amount of time in which it has been organized. Yeah, I mean, the social part maybe is at risk, but I think that the guys have done a great job. I really appreciated Philip and its effort. I think I wrote him 100 emails about every aspect of the session, and he is always kind, so cheers to him. And yeah, I think that we're talking about the survival of MEP, and I think that not only we are managing to make it survive, but also to give it a boost, I think. So it's a first try. We will have our first regional session online next week, and then the national one also in March. So I hope that there won't be many, but you know, we have to brace ourselves to think differently, to think about the box. Thank you.
Thank you, Vittorio. And maybe if you could send us a link, you know, although, I mean, your session will be in Italian, if you don't mind, if we just listen in a little and how you do it. And it's, you know, it's another opportunity to learn. Maybe something I'd like to announce, although I think this is for Slovakia to do, that we're trying to have a Central European session in Bratislava from the 4th to the 6th, and but of course it's online. You know, I don't know whether you heard, they closed down Juventa, and the delegation was going to, well, be physically there to use the office rooms, but they've just imposed a strict lockdown. So all the delegates are back home and working from home. You know, amazing flexibility, and because there's also well, 2 CPs from Slovakia in preparation for the regional session. So we'll be sending out invites, and you know, I know it's in 3 weeks from now, but I don't know whether it's doable. But anyway, thank you, Vittorio, and we're going to move on to Veronica. You are another hero. I felt that from Poland you were well, with your capacity, and your students were able to join. Veronica? Okay, yes.
Yes, I am. I think that this session was great. It was very exhausted for my students, but they learned a lot, and I'm very proud of them. So thank you for organizing all of this. Thank you.
It's a pleasure as well, and thank you for participating. And I think you look as though you are in a classroom, so it's a Sunday morning, well, Sunday lunchtime, and you're at school.
My students are in school.
Are they too? Wow. Well, congratulations. Thank you very much. Just the effort. Now, Christopher Lucht, you've been in and out and involved, and I mean, something I'd like to say in the presence of teachers and coordinators, thank you for trying to get the German Europa Minister to come and speak, and we already had a confirmation, but he is also now in a corona isolation. And but maybe if you would like to speak. Also, thank you for your mandolin and the teachers song. We really had a lot of fun, Veronica.
we haven't reached our limit. I think there is still a place for improvement on our
performance. Yeah.
Musical talents are there, but we couldn't deliver all our talents really to that everybody sees how much potential we have.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, it was one of those things, and I think it was Valeria who said, "Well, isn't there a program for teachers?" And I went, "Whoops! We haven't really thought of anything." So anyway, it was nice working on something and getting it done, and sharing this together.
The main problem was the time gap between the different computers. So that was, I think, in the end, it would have been a big performance if we would have done it on the scene in Stockholm somewhere directly. That would have been great.
yeah. So.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Christopher. Now, what about MEP Germany? Are you thinking of developing a digital?
Yes, we will have in the first week or second week of December, we will have a online session. This will be our MEP 2020, and it will be from the 6th to the 13th of December.
Great.
We will see,
great.
and we have learned a lot with you, Gottfried. Thank you very much. We have seen how good we can use Zoom and with the voting, and so it's very easy and all the things. So I think we will manage it with Zoom and with MS Teams to really realize a very good session in Germany.
Yeah, no, well, we're very willing to help, if you need to set it up. It might be worth collaborating with Microsoft, when you get your license, and maybe also for them to help you set it up. Anyway, but we can talk about that some other time. Please post your national session. I would like to make it more visible also on the website. So, anyone who's not involved this time, you can see, wow, we have national sessions and it's still, there's life out there, and maybe also an incentive for others to try the digital. Now I've got Victor hovering in the background. He's wearing his mask. Victor, are you there? Can you speak?
Yes, I am. I'm in a public area, and it is forbidden without the mask. So I am very happy to meet everybody, even we are in this situation to meet online. So I'm happy because we was present at this session, and we will be also present in Bratislava for sure. We try to do everything in order to organize a national session online. But first of all, I want to see how it works. And now I saw how it works, and maybe in January, we will organize a national session online. We can talk also about the next international session. And to be honest, I want to organize a face-to-face session, because it will be the very first international session in Romania. And I intend to organize a face-to-face session as soon as possible. It is possible to organize a face-to-face session. In March, for sure, it will be impossible in March. As I understood, everywhere in Europe, there are problems with coronavirus. And I know also from my students who work in Netherlands or in Denmark or in other countries. And for sure in March, we cannot organize a face-to-face session.
Yeah, well, Victor, we'll maybe, a miracle will be performed in January, but the difficulty obviously is with so many countries and individual sort of restrictions and school authorities imposing travel bans on teachers going anywhere with students. Well, we could face a very fragmented situation, but you know, even if we tried a hybrid, and you know, if there's now talk of lockdown in February, so I don't really think, you know, I hope it's not going to happen, because what's happening now is bad enough. Anyway, we'll play it by ear, and as long as we well, you know, keep working at it, we'll get there in the end. Thank you for coming in, Victor. We'll move on to the Belgian or Agatha. We've got Agatha here. Hello, Agatha.
Hello, Gottfried. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. The students are really, really happy. They are having a great experience. They are a bit tired because, you know, all the time with the computer, and it's not the same. They are dreaming with a real session. They are all the time asking me when there will be again the session, and I say that I don't know, as you, I mean, the situation. I think Zoom is good, is a challenge for everyone, and I think we made fine. I'm really, really happy with MEP, because MEP survived. As you know, in Spain, we are doing the regional sessions. I will do once now in December, and then in January and February, online sessions by Zoom, and they are working fine. I mean, it's not the same, but what are we doing is that MEP is keep going. And I am really happy. I have the students, they are very motivated, and thank you, Gottfried, for this session. I know that it's a hard job. And
well, it is, yeah. No, thank you. You know, there's one thing I have to admit, you know, I had Corona for 2 weeks, and, you know, 1 week was our term break. And luckily, you know, I only lost smell and taste. I didn't, you know, I had no, you know, pneumonia whatsoever. But knowing that this session was going to happen, you know, it gave me extra energy and boost. Well, to get well and, you know, carry on. And I mean, I was back at school this week, and to find that so many of my colleagues are sick and at home, and you know, we are really, well, those working in schools in particular, in a very vulnerable situation. So, you know, everybody, please, you know, look after yourselves, and no experiments, and, you know, we'll be back in action when this wretched vaccine comes back. And thank you, Agatha, for.
Also, Vienna is very, you know, insulated or not? Austria, I hear in the news.
Yes, it is now. Yeah. Until the 6th of December. I think Hungary is 1 week after Austria. You know, somehow they all know, you know, whether they are, and Germany is 2 weeks behind Austria. So what's happening here, apparently it's going to happen in Germany in 2 weeks' time. I don't know how they work this out, but that's what they said on the news. So, well, you know, we're still in the midst of it. Anyway, and I got to thank you, and also Lisbeth and Vittorio and Veronica, all of you, for your videos. And may I ask Verle, and really also compliment you on your video. The video presentation was professional. I mean, the Spanish, of course, I mean, the Spanish and the Dutch won the Eurovision last night, but I really thought Belgium, and I thought Italy did extremely well. Well, because you could see it was sort of there was little professional help, but it was really very entertaining and heartwarming to see, you know, how much creativity went into those contributions. So clever, and it's something we must keep. And I think it's something that the kids can show their children. You know, I was a delegate in, and look what we did. And so thank you so much. I mean, barely if you don't want to speak, but it'd be nice if you could. I'd like to welcome a Belgian coordinator to our meeting and the MEP.
Hi, thank you for the invitation, first of all. I haven't been able to join the other meetings because my Teams was a problem until Saturday morning. So that's why you didn't see me, but I tried to follow it anyway. First of all, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity for my students also. This is actually the only thing they could do this year except going to school and learn, because in Belgium we didn't have any activity or well, outside the school or even inside school we can't invite people inside. So it was really great, and it must be an amazing work to realize this, and they are really pleased. I also have to thank Lisbeth and Marijke, who are coaching me all the time to help me and to inform the students. So thank you very much. I must say that what I saw yesterday evening, they made a WhatsApp group and an Instagram group. So actually this is what they do in the other conferences also. After the conference, this is the way they will keep touch, not always by seeing each other, but by those media. And they did it already yesterday evening. So I think it's only this big presence which they have to miss, but they made new friends. That was clear.
Yeah.
And then I hope, maybe I saw this voting now. I think that's really something we are going to take to the normal sessions in the future again, because that's really something interesting and much more efficient than what we did. So this system, well, my students were very, very happy. I saw them working until 1:30 this night, even, and night before also. So that was the same as in the normal conference. But well, they have a great time. So thank you for everything.
Thank you. No, yes, and please stick around, you know, for the next sessions and so forth. But I'm sure with Lisbeth and Marijke's guidance, you'll stay with us. And again, you know, congratulations to you and your delegation. The input's been incredible. I thought the video was very, very creative, and also their participation. You know, it's being able to switch and adapt, and it's amazing to see. Well, I don't know whether it's got to do with youth, not necessarily, but we are dealing with very gifted students who are able to adjust to a new situation and communicate and socialize. And anyway, there's hope for the future. Okay, Verdi, thanks a lot. We've still got Ulrike, another partner in crime as far as the video is concerned. Ulrike, are you still there? Ulrike from MEP Germany and based in Potsdam. Let's have a look. Is she there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you,
Very
Gottfried.
good.
I'm here. Yeah, actually, I had the impression this idea of a digital session, this really took off. So my impression was that the students worked enthusiastically, and they were very determined about their resolution and their work, and also made use of those tools effectively. And it was amazing to see how quickly they could actually adapt to these new surroundings. And actually, I also saw a lot of social interaction last night. Yeah, so I think the students, they appreciated this chance. And yeah, so all in all, yeah, I think it actually caught on, this idea.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ulrike, and thank you for your well, insistence and contribution. I think you were instrumental in the background as well, with Christopher getting a delegation together, and the CPs organized, and the videos as well. They were so professional. Wow, you know, and the difficulty, of course, Germany, an enormous country, participants from Cologne, from Potsdam, from Berlin, from Hamburg. I mean, if you look at the distances, well, you covered, and again, I suppose it's a digital conference makes bridging those large distances easier. And but putting that into a video, very impressive. Very impressive. That's something maybe we can learn from each other. How do you put together these great videos?
You're joking.
It's, you know, I mean, we are most of, you know, 9 out of 10 we're teachers, pedagogues, and I mean, how do you convey Europe? How do you convey cultural values and you know, without with a fun aspect to it, you know, without being instructive or now I'm sure that the delegates will know about the Cone party hats in Sweden and maybe sing a Swedish drinking song. If you had made them learn this, they wouldn't have been interested. But by sharing it as we did, and what they will have picked up from your videos, from Germany, from the Netherlands, from Poland, Hungary. Yes, I'm sorry, the Austrian contribution was not very good. So a lot of learning has to go into our next attempt. So thank you everyone for joining the meeting. You'll be looking forward to lunch, and well, I suppose I'll be seeing you in the GA a little later. Wish we could be having lunch together like we always do, and or a cup of coffee. Anyway, we'll have to think of how we can do that next time. Share a meal together online.
Thank you.
Okay, Gottfried, thank you very much and take care.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Gottfried.
Thanks a lot,
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye all.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I want to request that everyone in the Zoom meeting now start coming back and turn on their cameras so that we can get going. Okay, it's starting to look like everyone is getting back. Let's see. Okay, we will now get started as it's 2:03, and we will now hear the TRAN committee. So, Angela, you take over.
I would now like to invite the Committee of Transport and Tourism to come up. There are no textual changes sent to the presidency, so we follow up with the reading of the resolution. Who from the committee may I ask to read the operation clauses of the resolution? Austria, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Calls upon installation of fish passes for species to roam freely between river sections, which also monitor the development and behavior of organism stocks in Europe rivers. Reinforce projects like PRISMA and USAR to manage and recycle sediments in an efficient way and to facilitate its reuse in the building industry. Support carbon neutral ports to reduce greenhouse gas emissions together with partner businesses, which are encouraged to follow suit with lower rents and tax breaks per compensation schemas. Encourages the promotion of more environmentally friendly vessels through the use of multi-fuel and provides more than one source of clean energy, such as shoreside electricity, liquid gas, compressed gas, and also hydrogen, e.g. hydrogen electric powered vessels. Calls upon creating inland waterways by increasing the width and or depth of non-usable rivers for inland water transportation. Recommends member states to develop a policy of inland waterway advertising along with greater disposal of training opportunities with the motive of recruiting more specialized crews. Expresses its hope in creating channels to support countries that do not have natural inland waterways within their borders. Requests the reinforcement of the procedures by reviewing them and considering more effective policies, such as but not limited to frequent spot checks of vessel users and vessels in order to ensure that the EU regulations are followed. Draws into attention the usage of pumps in frozen water to enable the vessels to function during cold seasons and all year round. Endorses the storage of surplus flood water to efficiently stabilize surface levels of essential waterways and decrease meteorological dependence. Further requests the raising of dikes already in place and the installation of hydraulic pumps in order to give water more mobility and minimize floods. Recommends the improvement of the foundations of inland waterway infrastructure in order to protect the facilities from natural disasters such as earthquakes, emphasizes the importance of transparency inside the inland waterway sector in order to introduce the public to new procedures that will be taking place with help of a multimedia awareness campaign, encourages the CEF Connecting Europe facility to rearrange its funding system in order to benefit inland waterway transport, as well as diminish railway transportation's monopoly. Further, we request the integration of inland waterway transportation in public transport, such as carbon neutral water buses and taxis, recommends the incentivization of a collaborative efforts between inland waterways and other means of transportation companies, so as to ease the connections and transfer of goods in order to achieve a more competitive sector. Instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. May I ask all of the raised hands from the GA to be unraised, because it is confusing when I ask the next question. Thank you. So now we may continue to the opening speech. Who from the committee may I ask to hold this speech? Belgium, you have the word.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. Why does climate matter? Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests, the Committee on Transport and Tourism is grateful to take part in this General Assembly. The focus of our committee was reducing greenhouse gas emissions by moving at least 30% of transport onto intercontinental waterways in order to meet this Parliament's goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2050. Innovation, development, and sustainability. These were the three substantial keywords we had in mind in order to make our resolution, with the aim of benefiting the public and the earth. Our resolution will not only help create new opportunities and social improvements by offering new and more jobs to people, but will also improve the environment at the same time. As George Bernard Shaw once said, progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. Change is necessary. Without damaging the ecosystem, we have made it possible to use waterways more often, building and improving inland waterways without losing sight of the necessary measures needed to properly and efficiently utilize the waterways. Furthermore, we have focused on our economical duties next to our ecological. Therefore, our resolution also tackles potential but not ultimate economic challenges. Our committee has tried their absolute best to come up with an appropriate resolution. Henceforth, we would strongly recommend all delegates to consider our proposals. Why does climate matter? Because there is no planet B. As not only the citizens of the EU, but also of the world, we feel it our existential duty to preserve our world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your speech. We'll now follow with the factual question, and the floor is open only for factual question. That means that there are only definitional questions. So Germany, you have the word.
Thank you, Madam President, for the word. I would like to have a factual question on OC15. The committee states to use public transport such as carbon neutral water buses and taxis. So I would like to ask how those carbon neutral water taxis and buses look like. Thank you.
Who from committee? Spain, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. This type of carbon neutral transport are existing means of transport which are powered by non-greenhouse gases emission. So they already exist, and this committee would like to implement them and to boost them. Thank you for the word. Paula Martinez, Delegation of Spain.
Thank you. The next question will be from Slovakia. You have the
Thank you
word.
for the word, Your Excellency, Madam President. The delegation of Slovakia is referring to the OC number 8, which states request the reinforcement of the procedures by reviewing them and considering more effective policies. Also, the procedures are mentioned in the OC 13. Could the committee please specify which procedures are meant? Thank you for the word.
Germany from the committee, you have the word.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. With the procedures mentioned in OC 13, for example, the committee meant the procedures described in the resolution in total.
Thank you. Austria, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Austria was wondering what these fish passes would look like and how that would be implemented. Thank you for the word.
Malta from the committee.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So fish passes, there are locks that have so locks are no longer barriers. Okay, so the migratory species can freely roam, okay, between river sections thanks to these installations of passes. So basically, let's say you have a river, okay, there's a small, there's like not a small, there's like a section where the species, they're the species, not where the inland waterway transportations are passing, so that their ecosystems and their habitats are not ruined due to the currents of the boats. Okay, I don't know if I responded to your question correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Cyprus, you have the word.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. I would like to question the word support regarding OC3. I understand the reason to use carbon neutral ports, but in what ways would you support? Financial? Can you maybe specify the term support? Thank you.
Germany, you have the word.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. In general, when when all committees of the European Parliament, might it be model or IRL, when they use the word support, the operator support, it generally refers to the classic measures such as tax cuts and subsidies. Thank you.
Thank you. Luxembourg, you have the word for a question.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. Regarding OC 15, I would like the committee to define the term CEF.
Austria from the committee.
Do you have the word? Sorry.
Austria from committee, you have the word, yeah.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. The Connection Europe Facility, CEF, is a key EU funding instrument to promote growth, jobs, and competitiveness through targeted infrastructure investment at European level. Thank you.
Any more questions from the GA? Austria from the GA, you have questions?
Do you have the floor?
Yeah, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would kindly ask the Committee of Tourism and Transport to go in the non-usable in clause in context. Thank you.
Malta from the committee.
Thank you for the floor. Would I kindly ask the Austrian delegate to repeat his question because the internet was lagging. Thank you.
Yeah. Also, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor. The Austrian's question, the question of the Austrian delegate is directing OC5, the term non-usable, to elaborate in context, please, on a term.
Malta?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So when we say non-usable rivers, meaning that there are certain rivers in the EU that they are not, they need some infrastructure, they have even naturally. So in order for someone to do inland waterway transportation, the rivers, we have to arrange the rivers in a way so that we can use the correct transport. I mean, not the correct transport, so that the transport can be used. So non-usable rivers are those, I don't know if I answered your question. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
My question has been answered.
And that was the final question from the factual questions. And now the presidency has accepted the one amendment proposed by the delegate from Maltese delegation, Haley Sianter. I think I've read it. I will share the screen of the amendment, which is as follows. The proposal is to delete the entire clause, the entire 14 clause. May I ask the delegate from Malta to give her speech for her amendment?
Yes, thank you for the floor, Madam President. Maltese delegates said the committee. Honorable Presidency, dear chairs, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests. I would like to welcome everyone to turn to OC14, stating as follows. Encourages the CEF Connecting Europe facility to rearrange its funding system in order to benefit inland waterway transport, as well as diminish railway transportation's monopoly. The amendment I am proposing is a substitution of this clause by a new clause that reads, encourages the CEF Connecting Europe facility to rearrange its funding system in order to benefit inland waterway transport, to transfer whilst using clean energy and creating jobs wherever possible. The clause in itself is not entirely wrong. Thus, I congratulate you on your best effort. With that being said, firstly, just a minor inaccuracy, as a monopoly cannot be associated to a mode of transportation and not the other way around. Nevertheless, this does not directly relate back to the question of the resolution. Secondly, the aspect of diminish is a contradiction since Ms. Adina Valian, Transport Commissioner of the European Parliament, signed the declaration after there was an approval for the Trans-Europe Express, TEE 2.0, to be administered for 2025. On behalf of Malta, I propose to rephrase the clause instead of deleting it, whilst maintaining the strongest aspects of it. Thus, I am recommending to leave the first part of the OC till as quoted waterway transport as it is and adding benefits of the funding of the inland waterway transport, which is that it can transport goods using clean energy and creating jobs. Thus, Malta encourages you to vote in favor of this amendment, which links back to the exact theme of the resolution, being inland waterway transportation and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As a result, let's collectively be constructive and not destructive. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, does anyone have questions about these amendments? Can raise his hand. Andy, Bulgaria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. We think that the committee had already had clean energy in mind when writing this, as they previously mentioned the avoidance of greenhouse gases. And also we think that creating jobs doesn't need to be mentioned as it's an obvious consequence. So please, I encourage you to vote against this amendment.
Well, Marta, do you have anything to say? Because that wasn't a straight question.
Sure, Bulgaria would like to actually ask a question, I would be willing to respond.
Please remember that this is questions. Yes, Bulgaria, you have followed.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President, again. Sorry for not making it very clear. What I mean is that I think that this addition is not that necessary, and the point is really well made as it is right now. So they had these things in mind.
Please remember that this is part of the questions for the amendment. We will follow up with another question about this amendment. Are there any more questions about the amendment? Still not? Then we'll follow up with the speech against or in favor of this amendment. Who from the committee will have this? I'm sorry, Slovakia, I asked several times if there were questions. Germany, you have the words for the speech.
Thank you for the word, Madam Vice President, honorable delegates and honorable presidents and honorable guests and honorable chairs. OC 14 discusses the responsibilities of the Connecting Europe facility, and it really has a broad spectrum of responsibilities such as railways and waterway transportation. The problem our commission saw when we're looking at the budgeting, for example, or the investment of work labor, was that 70% of these efforts went into railway. And we understand that the Maltese delegate was looking at the contract we have to meet railway goals that have been previously instated by the EU, but they are not only considering the EU, but actually countries such as Norway, which means that when we talk about the Connecting Europe facility, we are talking about its place of responsibility within the EU. We do not find it acceptable that only 7% of the waterway transportation is being considered within the efforts made by the Central Europe Connecting Europe facility. We are merely wishing for rearranging the responsibilities, not neglect other goals the EU has made. One of the goals the EU has made too is that we want to move 30% of our transport to inland waterway transportation to meet the ecological goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2050. Also, ladies and gentlemen of this court, may I derive your very valued attention towards our operator that reads encourages. This means that we are encouraging a rearrangement of priority, or more or less a balancing of priority. For we believe that all the goals the EU tries to meet have equal importance, especially when we talk about connecting with our other countries, but also when we're trying to save the planet. I want you to vote against this amendment because we in the Committee for Transport and Tourism have put in a lot of research. We have considered all the numbers necessary to build a solid case for this exact amendment. We have seen the problems within the system that is the EU, and we want you to recognize that by neglecting the problems that might stand within our system, we can never really promote the change that we're trying to make in order to make our world better. The author of the amendment wasn't quite as informed, I'm afraid, because she wasn't really considering that the EU has to meet their own measures before they can really go into contracts with other countries. And if Norway is also part of the trade of the express deal, that means that they can also contribute their financial or labor efforts. We right now want to make sure that we have a planet to live on, and that our children and grandchildren have a planet to live on. So please vote against the amendment of the Maltese delegate in order to make sure that all the facts are present and in order to make sure that we can meet all our goals made and not just others. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. Now we are proceeding with the voting system. If anyone has problem with the system, please feel free to say.
Has anyone been unable to vote? I take this as a no, and I will share the results now.
So the results for this amendment are 36% in favor and 64 against. This amendment has not passed. Now we proceed with the open debate. The floor is open for general question. And the first question will be from Belgium. You have the word.
Thank you for the word, Madam Presidency. Belgium is just questioning whether OC5 is not going in against preserving environmental ecosystems by creating inland waterways and increasing width and or depth, and thereby disturbing the current ecosystems in said non-usable rivers. Thank you.
Who from the committee will answer this question? Spain, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. This committee has decided that only the rivers that matches a certain amount of qualifications so that they can be successfully and surely modified will be the ones that will be under this measure. So at the end, our main objective is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we have to make that possible in a way. And we don't think this measure will actually damage the ecosystems, because we should be sure that a team of experts is behind this, and they evaluate what rivers should be the ones usable, and that would make inland waterway more effective, and it would help the European Union's objective. Thank you so much, Paula Martinez, Delegation of Spain.
Thank you, Spain. The next question will be from Cyprus. You have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Drawing your attention to clause 16, why would other means of transport companies want to collaborate, given that, as you state in your own clause, this would increase the competitiveness of the market and hence have negative economical effects on their monopolies? Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Tiana Taliotou, Delegate of Cyprus Delegation.
Thank you. Who from the committee will answer this question? Germany, you have the word.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. I'm sure that the Cyprus delegate knows that we live in a capitalist society where the competition of the market is very encouraged. Our whole economy is based on competition, and therefore we find it really important that the competition stays up with all new factors that enter our market. I hope the question was answered.
Yes, I think so. Polish delegation, you have the next question.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I would like to make another follow-up on the fifth one, because I don't feel like the answer was satisfactory. We currently face water shortages, and I feel like regulating rivers only would increase that problem, and every environmentalist is against that claim, so I don't know how it is in the contradictory with being environmentally friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Spain from the committee, you may answer this question.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. That's why this committee decided to add OC, which refers to specifically to the saving of water from the excess water from floods, the surplus water, and that would help us save water and use that on the same canals that we are going to create, or the existing ones, but so that it is much more effective. Thank you so much, Paula Martinez, Delegation of Spain.
Thank you. Are there any more questions regarding this OC from the GA? Germany, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Yes, regarding OC5, by increasing the width and or depth of these rivers, you change the ecosystem of these, as well as lowering the river, for example, without having more water. If you use your OC where you store the water, the surplus flood, you need place to store these. And there's the danger, if it's, for example, a dam, that it breaks down and therefore endangers human life. So how are you going to balance these as well as the ecosystem?
Thank you for the question. Austria, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. We would only do those changes at rivers where we have enough water in order to change the width and or depth of the river. And in terms of the ecosystems, in my view, other means of transportation have a much greater impact on ecosystem than inland water transportation. And I think we need to sacrifice those ecosystems to save other ecosystems. Did that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll follow with Malta, your question.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So I don't think that the answer that I think it was the Austrian delegate just gave to the German delegate was satisfactory. Why should this happen? From an environmental point of view, this is something that we're trying not to do, because with kind of trying to make climate justice a thing, and now we're saying we want to sacrifice one ecosystem for another. How is this sustainable and environmentally friendly?
May I ask the Committee of Transport and Tourism to all of them to participate equally? And Austria, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. We already mentioned how we could save ecosystems in OC1. And so we already plan on installing fish passes so we can reduce the amount of ecosystems within those rivers. So there's already kind of a decrease of the damage to the ecosystems. But in my opinion, we can't 100% protect the ecosystems within the rivers. And just think about highways or railway trails where also much more ecosystem get damaged, or the air gets polluted much more by other means of transportation. And So in my opinion, inland water transportation is way more fuel efficient and also then protects way more ecosystems. And I think we have to sacrifice something. We can't protect everything. Thank you.
I hope that answers your question, Marta. And the following question will be from Romania.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Regarding OC9, are you aware of the fact that rivers used in transportation do not freeze?
Spain from the committee.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Actually, one of the biggest problems regarding inland waterway transportation is the fact that it is quite seasonal, because the freeze of rivers in northern areas, the freeze of lakes, and the freeze of artificial canals. So yes, it is an actual problem. Thank you so much. Pablo Martinez, Delegation of Spain.
Thank you. And the last questions will be from Bulgaria, and then we will have only one more question.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. I want to comment on OC12, where you provide when you want to further develop infrastructure in rivers, and I don't think you know, but all of our rivers, 90% of our rivers are now equipped with so much new technology that they would not allow the rivers to be destroyed during floods, during earthquakes. What exactly do you propose that we do something new? Because I do not know of a newer technology than what we're using right now, especially in Germany, France, and the lower Balkan countries. Thank you for the word.
Thank you. Belgium, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. This OC is more for the harbors and the constructions around rivers that would help transport and fundamenting those buildings and the dams in order to prevent damage after earthquakes. Thank you.
May I have a follow-up?
Yeah, you may.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. I want to comment that the lower countries, Netherlands and Belgium, are the ones known worldwide for building the greatest dams right now. Nobody else builds dams like you people, because they're the best, they're earthquake resistant, they're flood resistant. It is told that maybe after 15 to 20 years, they may have a problem with flooding because of rising sea levels, but you're still working on them and improving them. You are still using the best technology available. How do you have a problem with dams and ports when you're the best in the world? That means the rest of the world should be suffering right now, and nobody is. I mean, not on a big level.
Belgium, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. We are taking an example on the Netherlands and Belgium, and we are saying this for other countries to take an example on Belgium and the Netherlands, like they improve their dams and rivers, the rest of the EU should do the same.
Thank you. This question is closed. Netherlands, you have the last question.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, the Dutch delegation would just like to express its sincere support for this resolution. And as the honorable gentleman from Bulgaria has said, we do have the best dams and dikes in the world, and we therefore would like to offer help with the execution of this resolution. Thank you for the floor.
This wasn't a question. So please remind that this is a place where they will have questions and that the committee will answer. So the last question will be from Austria.
Thank you for the floor.
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me. Which Austrian delegate did you mean, Madam President?
Anton Zamayatin. I'm sorry.
Oh wait.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. It doesn't matter how you pronounce my name. Okay. So, yeah, concerning clause 7, how do you imagine executing the creation of non-natural slash wait of non-natural channels slash waterways?
Germany, you may respond.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. I'm not sure and how far Austria has visited any place such as Venice, where basically the whole city consists of artificial channels. Furthermore, the delegate of Germany would name another example for example, her hometown Potsdam, where we also created artificial rivers. And she doesn't quite understand where the delegate of Austria sees a problem of creating artificial waterways, because it takes just a whole solidification and water, which we would like pump out of flood regions. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that answered your question, Austria. And I will follow with the speech against this resolution. Who from the GA will have that? May I ask to come forward to have that speech? Hungary.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Dear Madam and Mr. President, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. While reading through the resolution of the Committee of Transport and Tourism, I ran into some contradictions. Waterway transportation has played and I think will play a huge role in the future of transportation. That means every attempt on reforming it should be considered. However, if I understand you correctly, the main reason for preferring waterways transportation of goods over, for example, planes, is its more positive effect on environment. In contrast, what we can read in this document could lead to a disaster. Imagine that you live in a small village and enjoy the advantages of the peace and quiet thanks to a beautiful river near your home, and then someday an authority comes and takes it away from you, referring to the EU's decision to make transportation eco-friendly. While making transportation easier, smaller ecosystems could be destroyed. For you, it was a non-usable river, while for many people and living beings, it was everything. By and large, forcing waterway transportation any way possible over railways only leads to destruction to the few remaining untouched rivers. History shows that regulation of a river causes irreversible consequences to local environment, not to mention its negative effects on certain occupations, such as fishing. That this part of the resolution is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Hungary. Who from the committee may I ask to hold a closing speech for the resolution? Spain, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. As Khalil Gibran once said, progress lies not in enhancing what is, but in advancing towards what will be. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests, the Committee on Transport and Tourism has embraced that progress is impossible without change, which was wonderfully defended by the German delegate. No matter how big it is, every single step forward means a better future is closer to becoming a reality. Innovation, development, sustainability. Those were the three main pillars this committee was founded on while defending the ideas that brought us here. I will now start by the end with the against speech. Imagine you live in a village and suddenly one day your government decide to establish an airport right next to it. Imagine not being able to sleep at all. Imagine that now your government has decided to establish a new road in order to trucks to arrive and to reach another city. Aren't all means of transport at the end damaged